I will go ahead and call to order the Yountville Town Council meeting for Tuesday, February 5th, 2019, and ask for a roll call, please.
Here.
Councilmember Durham.
Here.
Councilmember Moeller.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dorman.
Here.
Mayor Dunbar.
Here. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Next up is the adoption of tonight's agenda. I don't believe we have any changes, so is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, that's unanimous. Thank you. We will get right to our proclamations and recognitions. I know that we have one of our two recipients here in the audience with us. I believe the other is absent tonight because of a conflict. But we would like to take the time tonight to recognize Sandy Fagan and Kara Scoggins for their service on our Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. And I know Sandy is familiar enough with our process that when you come here in person, you get a bottle of wine as well as a certificate. So if you would please join me at the podium so I can deliver both to you. I'll go ahead and do this first, the formality. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time on the Park and Rec Commission. I'd like to present you with a certificate of appreciation in recognition of your service, Sandra Fagan, on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. The Town Council and staff express a sincere thank you for your contributions and service to the town of Yountville as a member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission between February 2017 and January 2019. So, thank you very much. I'd like to present that to you. And if you would like to share any comments, feel free.
Very briefly, you have an ambitious agenda. Very briefly, though, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve on the commission in several terms, and the most recent then ended here in January. I want to say, though, that it's been a great pleasure serving on Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, due in large part to the expertise and the professionalism of Samantha Holland and her staff. Have made it a very enjoyable, very pleasant, and very productive number of years, and I really appreciate them very much, as well as the mayor and council for supporting many of the projects that have come before you that have had to do with Parks and Rec, and we really appreciate your support and continued support. Thank you very much. For the bottle of wine, thanks again. I shall go home and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Sandy. And also, again, I'd just like to recognize Kara Scoggins for her service on the commission as well, and we have a similar departure gift and certificate for her. We'll move right ahead now to the public comment portion of our agenda. This is if anyone would like to bring an item not on our agenda tonight to the council's attention. Is there anyone that would like to do so? Seeing none, that means everyone's here for something that's on our agenda. Very good. We'll move right ahead beyond public comment to our consent calendar. We have 3 items for consideration. Is there action to be had on that consent calendar?
Move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're always unanimous about canceling meetings, so we will not be meeting on February 19th now. Okay, let's move forward. We have 3 presentations tonight, beginning with mine. I will be presenting the state of the town for 2018 as we start our year in 2019. As I look back on this past year, I'm compelled to do more than just list accomplishments and events typical of a state of the town address. I acknowledge we certainly have a notable list of moments and memories to highlight. We celebrated the retirement of beloved chef Bob Hurley and thanked him for 4 decades of wonderful food and community service. We also peered through the darkened windows of his former restaurant to see what Chef Thomas Keller was up to as he created his newest culinary wonder, La Calenda. We raised a toast to Chef Richard Reddington, who closed Red Restaurant after 13 years, for serving some of the town's finest cuisine, and for creating a vibrant bar scene that will be missed by locals and visitors alike. I see a few of those faces in the audience here tonight. We also bid farewell to one of our oldest and most successful businesses, Overland Sheepskin Company, which moved to downtown Napa after 28 years here in Yountville. We recognized the 20th anniversary of Bouchon Bistro. We looked back on 50 years with the agricultural preserve that defines our valley. We got used to Gateway Estates being renamed Bella Vista Park. We stood by as the doors opened at the new RH Cafe and Gallery, as well as the rebranded Hotel Villaggio and its new event facility called The Social. We cheered as the V Foundation Wine Celebration raised $18 million for cancer research in a single weekend. We added pickleball courts, a renovated tennis court, and outdoor fitness equipment so local residents have even more ways to exercise and have fun. We confirmed our annual Residents Bash is a hit. Just ask our reigning prom king and queen. We hopped on our bikes to rock the ride with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Congressman Mike Thompson, and many others advocating to put a stop to gun violence. We honored our first responders, and in particular, our own Bob and Clara Tinsley, as Grand Marshals of our Yountville Days Parade. We unveiled the Faces of Freedom sculpture in Yountville Veterans Memorial Park to honor the generations of men and women who gave their lives in service to our nation. We welcomed Fred Just as the new administrator of the California Veterans Home in Yountville. We passed a 1% hotel tax increase to generate money for housing and programs that will make living locally possible for more of our workforce, homeless veterans, and others. We shaped plans for the future of our community during a nearly 2-year Envision Yountville General Plan update. We also talked a lot about cannabis. We certified the unopposed elections of Vice Mayor Carrie Dorman, Councilmember Marita Dornbecker, and myself. Now, after listing all of these highlights, what stood out to me was how Yountville showed its strength and its heart in 2018. We began the year still recovering physically and emotionally from the catastrophic wildfires of a few months earlier. Then on March 9th, our community experienced loss previously unimaginable. 3 women dedicated to serving veterans who needed their compassion and mental health expertise lost their lives at the hands of someone they were determined to help. It was a dark day for their families, friends, colleagues, for all of us. However, during the hours, days, weeks, and months that followed, the spirit of our community shined brightly. People close to Christine, Jen, and Jennifer, as well as to the Pathway Home extended family, felt heartbreak that day. But what followed was an outpouring of support, compassion, and a desire to continue the mission of these 3 brave women. We gathered in celebration of their lives and to unify and offer comfort as a community. As jarring as this experience was to our sense of security, no one could predict we would be shocked again only 9 months later by another mass shooting, this time in Thousand Oaks. We all wondered how could it be that one of our brightest and most talented, Elena Housley, was among a dozen innocent people taken from their families and friends by yet another violent act. Throughout these events that challenged our comfort and sense of peace, the binding thread was how we came together. We came together after the wildfires to learn CPR and how to be self-sufficient in case of a disaster, where to go during a power outage, and how to have extra supplies on hand. We also came together to grieve the loss of colleagues and friends and to commit, as they did, to the mission of helping others. We joined in candlelight and vowed to add volume to the voice of a young woman who, in just a few years, had a profound and lasting impression on so many lives. In all of this, we learned the best ways to support our neighbors when the lights are out, or when the streets are flooded, or when the air quality is unsafe. We learned how to lean on each other when we need to, and how this town bonds together in times of crisis as well as in times of joy. With the help of all of our residents and business partners, we continued to operate with a balanced budget, grew reserves, maintained our streets and infrastructure, and provided a high level of municipal services. But that wasn't really the most important thing that we did all year. Whether it's managing our daily operations or responding to unforeseen challenges or hardships, we proved we are better and more successful working together to protect ourselves, to serve each other, and to keep Yountville the welcoming, safe, and enjoyable town we get to call home. Thank you. So with that, I suspect in a much easier way, we'll get our quarterly reports from first our CAL FIRE representative and then our sheriff, but I invite our CAL FIRE Public Safety Quarterly Report. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public, my name is Gino DeGraffenried. I'm a battalion chief with CAL FIRE, and I get to serve you all under a cooperative agreement with Napa County Fire. It's my first time speaking here tonight, so bear with me. I'll try not to be shy. But in summary, for fourth quarter of 2018, your firefighters at the Yountville station responded to 451 calls for service over the 3-month period. This includes all the calls by the Station 12 personnel, and the breakdown, 334 of those calls were for medical aids, 13 of those calls were for public assists. Traffic collisions comprised 35 of the calls. Thankfully, there were no vehicle fires. We responded to 44 alarm soundings in both residences and commercial buildings. There were a total of 7 structure fires, 3 vegetation fires, 7 rescues, and 8 hazardous conditions. The rescue number is a little bit high, but given that the folks, your firefighters there at the Yountville station staff, the rescue that it is called all over the county for vehicles over the side, it's not atypical to see that number increase a little bit this time of year with slick roadways and whatnot. Of those 451 calls, 87 of the calls occurred in the city limits of the town of Yountville. 250 of those calls were at the Vets Home. 112 of those calls were in the county areas, and 2 of the calls were to the city of Napa. I'm sorry, I should have put that one up quicker. So a couple of the photos here, we had some of our folks attend a rope rescue technician training. Again, your firefighters there at the Yountville station are our rescue experts. It's the rescue battalion. They also attended the Riverside County Truck Academy. As you know, they're home to the Truck 12, and we have some up-and-coming employees that are transitioning from the engine to the truck and went down to be a part of the academy down in Riverside. We did see an uptick in the number of traffic collisions here in the valley. We attribute a lot of that to the weather, and we encourage everyone to obviously obey the speed limit, police one another with drinking and driving, and certainly our friends when they come to town to visit with us. And when we're tired, we encourage people to pull over and close your eyes for a few minutes if you need. As mentioned earlier, Truck 12 was present for the Elena Housley Memorial. Engineer Pena, who's listed there on the top, he saved a hummingbird that made its way into the Yountville station. We get a lot of visitors. This one happened to be a little more excited than the rest. Engineer Campbell is pictured there on the left. He's a huge Christmas fan, and Christmas is a long-standing tradition here at the Yountville Fire Station. Did everything from collecting toys and attending the parade. I believe they delivered Santa, and also participated in the Christmas festival. And bear with me, I had one more thing to share with you. Some of the major events. We talked a little bit about the structure fires. Of those 7 fires, none of them in the fourth quarter resulted in major damage to the homes. It's a little bit of luck, and it's a lot of good training. Of those 7 fires, we were able to contain them due to a quick response and strong efforts from the crews. The technical rescue, Rescue 12, responded to the grape harvester entrapment that occurred in October. You may remember that. It did result in a fatality, and your firefighters on Rescue 12 were the ones that were able to extricate the farm worker from that specialized piece of equipment. The fun run, I nearly missed this one. The firefighters at the station participated with the elementary school class for a fun run. Firefighters worked with them with tips on exercising, running, and staying active. These are our favorite interactions when it's not an emergency. The Paradise Fire. As many of us watched the events in Paradise unfold on television, and I'm sure it was a stark reminder for what we had gone through just a year before. Many of your firefighters from Station 12 participated in the fire suppression and rescue efforts in Paradise. Sadly, one of our engineers, Kyle Black, lost his home, but did not lose his wife. This is due in part to the Black family having a plan. When she awoke and there was smoke in the air, she grabbed the things that they needed and departed the house. Kyle and his wife are expecting their first child very soon, and while they lost their home, they're grateful for what they still have. Also ongoing, and lastly, is our Volunteer Academy. Beginning this January, so I'm cheating into the first quarter a little bit, our Volunteer Academy is underway, and your firefighters at Station 12 are heavily involved with recruitment, retention, and training of our newest Napa County volunteer firefighters. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the presentation? Yeah, you don't get to just walk away. No, now you get to just walk away.
I'm a first timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, our Sheriff's Public Safety Quarterly Report. Sergeant, welcome.
Good evening. Get a little height on this thing. To clear my throat for a second after that state of the town. All right. Fourth quarter 2018. So we responded as the Sheriff's Office here in town. We responded to over 1,000 calls for service. We took 33 investigative reports through those calls and made 5 arrests. In our crimes against persons, they're dramatically down from last quarter and the same quarter last year. We only had 1 simple assault this last quarter, 1 domestic violence, and 1 rape investigation. So we're happy for that. More good news in the crimes against property. General thefts were down by more than 50%. We had 0 burglaries and 0 vandalism. I'd like to say that that's all to something that I did specifically, but I'm not going to take that credit. But those are great numbers. Traffic collisions. We had 4 collisions in the town limits of Yountville this last quarter. 3 were non-injury, 1 was injury. We did conduct 214 traffic enforcement stops and issued 66 traffic enforcement citations. So the stops, you may or may not notice in the stat sheets that I give you, they go up pretty much every year. And so we're attempting to deal with some issues that we've all talked about in the past. We still keep the philosophy of education if possible, enforcement if necessary. Some of our community involvement with the Sheriff's Office, we had the opportunity, I didn't put it on here, but to go to our community emergency preparedness meeting and be a part of that, and that was fantastic. I appreciated that, and we continued the talk at Bella Vista Park, even though I always want to keep calling it Gateway. And we're able to work with people on mental preparedness. We worked with logistical preparedness, what to have. And then the mindset of being able to take care of yourself and then thinking about the people that live to the right and the left of you. Because really it comes down to when we have major incidents, hopefully if we're doing our job, we've got big fish to fry, and it'd be nice to have our residents able to at least start the process. And that's why we're talking about being prepared for the 72 hours, even though we hope to get to you long before that. Let me go back. I didn't want to leave out Cal. We did have a coffee with Cal event that we kind of made up on the fly just to go over to Kelly's filling station and have a local, have coffee and a scone with Cal, wish him well in retirement, and it was a nice turnout and everyone had a good time. Appreciate those who showed up. Training and partnership. So we've had an ongoing thing for probably 13 or 14 years on working with active shooter or active violent incidents and trying to constantly improve how we respond to these type of incidents. And it is something we can do. It's something that through training and equipment we can get better and more efficient. Part of that is for the last few years I've been running a rescue task force training program. And part of the program is to get everybody, all first responders within Napa County, on the same sheet of music, on the same playbook, so that when we respond, we know everyone's role, we know our responsibility. Most importantly, we know how to communicate so we do it effectively and efficiently. This last quarter, we ran about 45 first responders made up of CAL FIRE, paramedics, and armed probation officers through this training, where they have an opportunity to do some classroom on their responsibilities, their role, familiarization with all their new equipment, and then to go out to scenarios where they actually have to implement it and do medical rescue, so that they go into warm zones, do quick treatment, triage, and then move victims out so they can get immediate transport out to whatever type of medical treatment they're going to need. But it's amazing how quickly, when we start to do this training, you see the improvement within hours of people learning what their exact role is and how to communicate, what to ask for. So that's kind of that's one of my projects I'm proud of and I love doing. This quarter's safety tip reminder is having to do with unusual phone calls, visits at your door, emails, letters, or text messages. If you receive those, this is going to sound a lot like things I've said before, please call us. We're happy to investigate. We would like to have that chance. And if nothing else, do not give out your personal information. Do not give out credit cards. And do not give out personal checks. In Yountville, we have a big heart. We want to help people. And we have that heart to do that. And that's fantastic. I'm proud of that. But one of the things we do run into a lot is we run into a lot of door-to-door sales folks that do not have peddler's permits. And within our town and within our county, they have to have a peddler permit by law. My larger concern is when I happen to see them just out on patrol, or if we get a call and we go contact them, is 90% of the time they don't have ID. When I do find out who they are, they're from out of state and are typically on parole or probation, and you probably don't want them having your personal information. It'd be better that I get a call or my staff get a call and we have a chance to go out and meet and greet and explain the state of the law around here. And we'll do it with courtesy, but we just want to make sure that we're doing our job for you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Sergeant Alman.
Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate both of those reports very much. We have two public hearings that are coming up next. The first is for JCB Senses, Retail and Professional Service Use Permit. And we'll start with the staff report before we get into the public hearing. Nathan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a use permit application for a new use by Senses by JCB. So just to start off, I'm going to give a little background on what the project site is, a description of what the application entails of, what the proposed use is, and then go over a couple discussion points, then have council discussion. So first, the proposed site is about a 40,000 square foot parcel that's located right at the center of town where Washington and Yount Street intersect. The property is developed with 3 separate buildings, 2 parking lots, and walkways and landscaping. And in the staff report that's included in the agenda packet, it identifies the 3 different buildings as the north building, the south corner building, and the west rear building. The north building is the one that is the focus of the hearing tonight. It's located along Washington Street. It was most recently occupied by Overland Sheepskin. The building was previously approved for Yountville Brewing Company in 2017, but it's now proposed for an adaptive reuse to become Senses by JCB. The proposed project is limited to that building. So just want to make that clear that that's what the focus is on this evening. So the applicant proposes to reuse the space to offer retail and personal services. The retail component occupies the majority of the floor space, and according to the applicant's narrative, the retail includes professional and prestige beauty brands, a fragrance bar, accessories, and apparel from around the world. The products sold include cosmetics, skincare, accessories, jewelry, fragrance, apparel, scarves, eyewear, bags, and a full detail of all the retail being proposed for the site is included in the applicant's narrative, which is part of the agenda packet this evening. The application also includes a spa element in this use, and the service will include non-invasive skin and lifestyle experiences, including facials, microblading, massage, eyelash extensions, waxing, and other non-medical treatments. The spa services will occur on both the second floor and the main floor. The second floor is currently used as an office space, and even though it was designed for an apartment, it's been historically used as an office, and it's going to be repurposed as a spa. The 2 rooms that are upstairs will include treatment chairs with standard equipment to perform the services, and the living area that's located in there is going to be used as a waiting or seating area for guests. The treatments on the main level will be able to receive the exact same menu of services that's offered on the second floor, and the same treatment chair that's used on the second floor will also be on the main floor and used in an 8x10 space in the corner of the sales area that's identified in the green X up there. And detail on the location of the space and the partition being used is also in the applicant's narrative. The applicant has stated that the intended hours of operation will be 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. And the applicant desires to continue the use also of the outdoor display of merchandise. They propose to adopt the same outdoor display of merchandise permit that is utilized by Overland Sheepskin, and I'll go into more detail on that a little bit further in the presentation. So because this proposed use includes personal services, a use permit and public hearing is required per the Yountville Municipal Code. If it was simply a retail use, they would be able to go in since that's what has been historically used, and there would have been no change to the use. But because they're introducing this personal services, that's why we're here this evening for a public hearing. So before going into council discussion, I just want to raise a couple discussion points for the town council to consider in their discussion. So first, this property is located within the retail overlay designation of the town. The graphic that's on the screen right now shows just where that is. Chapter 17 of the Municipal Code establishes the requirements of that retail overlay, and it prohibits lodging uses, residential uses, or the living portion of live-work units on the first floor frontage of any building. Because the proposed use includes retail on the first floor, then the application is consistent with the requirements of this designation. And so just wanted to make that clear. This application satisfies the requirements of this zoning. Second is parking. The currently approved use of the space is retail. Because the primary use is not changing, it's still retail, no extra parking requirement is demanded as a result of that application. However, the introduction of spa services on the second floor does now require that use area, that space, is included in the use area calculation. However, even with that additional space, the impact is nominal because the difference between spa services and office uses are very, very similar. It's the required number of parking spaces is still 12. And so as the graphic shows here, there's enough parking to satisfy this requirement, as well as all of the other uses on the site. The parking lot has 47 spaces, and Railway Inn and Mini Model require 11. JCB Tasting Salon and Atelier require 11. Salon Privé and the Yountville Sun office in that building require 13. And the 12 spaces by census that's being proposed tonight require 12. That equals 47. They have 47 spaces. So the minimum requirements established in the municipal code are satisfied in that way. Beyond the requirement of providing enough off-street parking spaces, The applicant will also be expected to participate in the employee parking management program, similar to the other operations done by JCB. So a condition of approval is included in the draft resolution before you that requires participation in this parking management program. On this graphic here, it indicates just where those employees would be parking. The light blue shaded region on the south, that kind of separate south parking lot, has 10 spaces, and that is enough room to fit the employees, but there's also overflow, if you could say, if an employee comes and those spaces are occupied, to use the other blue shaded region that is right in front of Overland Sheepskin. The applicants indicated that Senses will likely have 2 to 3 employees working each shift depending on the season, so 2 to 3 at a time in the space. The salon, atelier, and salon privé will likely have 4 to 5 employees working each shift, spread among all the various locations. So with a total of 8 or 9 employees working at the same time, the staff, we find that there's enough room in this parking lot to satisfy and provide on-site parking to fit the employees on any given shift. Further, JCB Salon and Atelier have been operating under the employee parking management plan for several years, and staff has not received any complaints from neighbors regarding employees parking inappropriately or in the wrong locations. And so staff feels that if Senses is simply rolled into that plan, that the operation should continue without any significant issues. Regarding the outdoor display of merchandise, in 2013, the town council approved a resolution that approved exterior display of merchandise for Overland Sheepskin. The approval included 4 bust form mannequins, 2 at the south door and 2 at the north door, and a ladder at the north door that would present merchandise. In that resolution, it was very specifically stated that the display would be displayed in a unique manner compatible with Yountville and maintain unimpeded access to the business. The applicant has stated that they intend to continue the use of the bust form mannequins to display the merchandise outdoors. And so the draft resolution before you provides findings for the use permit for both the spa services as well as for the outdoor display of merchandise use permit. These same conditions, including the payment of the annual display fee, would be placed on the applicant's use permit, just as they were with Overland Sheepskin. The photo there is an incredibly crisp photo taken from Google Maps in May 2017 that shows how Overland used it. You can expect similar from JCB, with exception of the ladder that displays pelts. That ladder would not be part of this one. It would simply be the bust form mannequins unless the applicant wants to request a ladder to display pelts as well. So with that concludes my staff report. Sandra does have one final closing comment before council discussion.
Well, we have heard some concern from the council members as to why we've included a discussion of accessibility in the staff report and why we're proposing a condition of approval for a CAST study. So I wanted to share some of the history of how we've approached the issue on other projects in town. And the town always evaluates projects for conformance with ADA. That's both at the entitlement stage, like we're at right now, and at the building permit stage. And that is because the California Building Code imposes accessibility standards to comply with the ADA, and it imposes an affirmative duty on the town at the time of building permit issuance, meaning we can't issue a permit unless a project complies with ADA. And it applies both to new construction and tenant improvements, but it's important to note there are different ways of satisfying ADA requirements. And so knowing that this is an affirmative duty of the CBC, the town evaluates projects at the entitlement stage. And it's important that we identify issues for an applicant's benefit and also to be careful not to approve a project that would run into issues at the building permit stage. And I wanted to share some of the examples in town with you of second floor spaces that have been approved. One would be Silver Trident Tasting Room, where they have a private upstairs tasting room, but they also offer a ground floor tasting room. And in terms of ADA law, this is known as an equivalent facilitation. It's an alternative means of complying with the literal requirements of ADA, and it means that where a ground floor service is equivalent to an upper floor service, that is a way of satisfying the requirements of ADA rather than, say, installing an elevator. Other examples are the Protea rooftop terrace where you can dine upstairs or at ground level. JCB Tasting Salon, where there's a private upstairs tasting room, but there's also a private tasting room within the ground floor services. And even when the council last reviewed this for the Yountville Brewing Company, where there was dining on the ground level and the second floor level, in each of these cases we found that the ground floor services were equal or equivalent to the second floor services, and for these reasons they satisfied ADA. That's why you rarely see a discussion of it in staff reports, and we may not even have mentioned it during the public hearing. In this case, the applicant is proposing a private waiting room and the 2 private treatment rooms for spa services upstairs. And this is a new use. It's an intensification of use over the previous use, which over time was a private residence or a private office, which wasn't required to be held to ADA. And the applicant is proposing on the ground floor to have the treatment chair to use partitions around that treatment chair, and there's some question as to whether that privacy or whether that treatment area is equivalent to those second floor services. And based on our understanding of accessibility law, we believe that the space may not comply with ADA because of those privacy issues, and so that is the reason that we are proposing a condition of approval that the applicant work with an expert to conduct and submit a CAS study to the town to answer this question of whether it truly is an equivalent facilitation. And that's because it hasn't been answered at the entitlement stage, and it's still outstanding. And this is the fact that makes it so very different from the other projects in town where we did find early on that it was an equivalent facilitation, it complied with ADA. And so this is the first time you'll see a condition for a CAS study. And I just wanted to clarify that for you, since you may wonder why we have proposed it in this manner. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have questions about the staff report before we open the public hearing? Yes, Councilmember Dornbecker.
I have, but not about that. Thank you. I understand that clearly. But I did notice that there were some discrepancies between the applicant narrative and what is described in the resolution and also in the staff report, in that in the applicant narrative that shows photographs of champagne flutes being toasted and also a DJ terminal. Has the applicant said anything about having special events there where they are going to be serving champagne and having a DJ?
The narrative does include those pictures, but it doesn't propose any alcohol sales or special events in that narrative. And so the resolution before you actually calls out that conditions that there will not be sale of alcohol and there will not be special events there. While the applicant will be able to speak more on why those were included with the narrative, it was probably to give an idea of the
I understand.
aesthetic of
Okay, thank
the
you.
place.
Other questions? Councilmember Durham, questions of the staff report? Councilmember Moeller, questions? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. Picking up where Councilmember Dornbecker left off, our proposed resolution says no sale of alcohol. What if they, since it's a high-end salon, give champagne or food to the salon guests?
That would not be prohibited under this application. They couldn't sell alcohol as part of the services, but it can be typical of a high-end establishment to offer champagne toast when you buy a high-end item, and so that would be allowed under this application.
So any sort of free food and alcohol would be allowed. On the parking, do the JCB entities have any parking leases with the Vintage entities?
No,
I couldn't-
they had an
okay.
agreement, but it was rescinded.
Okay, thank you. And we have outstanding for the brew pub a conditional use permit, which I think expires in May. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is where we allowed tandem parking. So am I correct that this new resolution, proposed resolution, does not include tandem parking?
That's correct. The condition for tandem parking was there in order to satisfy the increased parking demand as a result of a brewery restaurant use. But since that expires with it, so the condition for tandem parking.
And why do we not just go ahead and rescind the brew pub? I mean, I know it, quote, expires in May, but why do we not just go ahead and rescind it as part of this resolution?
That might be a good question for Gary to answer.
Yeah, so this would certainly supersede the previous authorization, but it wouldn't be uncommon to add a condition to say previous use permits authorized for this site are hereby revoked. And that's something that can be added.
Okay, thank you. How about the back courtyard? I don't think our resolution addresses use of the back courtyard. Are they free to use the back courtyard, or what?
The back courtyard can be used as open space by this applicant or any of the other uses, Yountville Sun, the salon, atelier, anyone there, as it is public open space. The narrative hasn't proposed any use for the courtyard, and if that courtyard use was included as part of the normal use area for this business, then that would then be calculated into its use area and therefore parking demand. And if it was added, it's likely that they wouldn't be able to satisfy the parking requirement from the municipal code. And so because the resolution indicates that all uses shall be substantially similar to what is presented, that's how they would be accountable to not encroaching into that space as use area.
Thank you. And you're asking that we make a finding about waste. Do we have any concerns about not necessarily the quantity of waste, but the quality of their wastewater being different? Will there be any different treatment regimens because of the spa service?
Staff has no indication that it will be significantly different enough to have a special condition there.
And on the apartment that it seems like was never really a living unit,
Right.
I just want to make sure it was never a living unit, or it has not been in the last 10 or so years a living unit, correct?
Correct, as far as town.
And it is not part of our housing inventory that we talk about.
Correct.
Just for historical clarification, the apartment would have been used back in the day as the station conductor home, so I don't think
The day
staff
being
want-
the 1800s.
Correct, back in the day.
Let's be clear about
Last
that.
Tuesday.
And I will just say that, Sandra and I have been here in collection. I have been with the town over 12 years, and it's never been anything more than an office in that period. We have not found any recordation that it was ever logged as part of our housing inventory. But I don't want to deny the obvious for people that know historical and Southern Pacific style railroad stations where that would have been the station manager's home.
Thank you. And then a couple of follow-ups on the ADA issue. So the ADA laws, or the protection of persons with disabilities, they are state and federal, correct?
Yes.
And we do not have any local laws pertaining to that in our Yountville Municipal Code,
Except to incorporate by reference those other.
whatever is in the California Building Code. And so when you say that we have, and I think you said an affirmative duty to do what? I didn't exactly understand what our duty is.
At time of building permit issuance, to ensure that accessibility standards are built into a project to comply with ADA. So that means that there's an accessible path of travel, that there are accessible parking spaces, that there's access to upper floors if it's a newly constructed building.
And that's at the time of the building permit issuance?
Yes.
And have we, the other things you mentioned, have we, I think you mentioned Protea, Silver Trident, another piece of the JCB entities. You mentioned that we found, being staff, we the town found, that there was no issue of non-compliance. But have we ever had a case where we have put something like this in here, where we have linked ourselves with a business for 2 years they have to tell us their schedule for compliance?
No, it is more generally it's a more generic condition on new construction projects that all aspects shall comply with ADA. This is the first time we have suggested a CAST study because we believe that would generate the answers that we need to know whether this is in compliance or not. And I understand from the town attorney that the 2-year period is because that's what is permitted under federal law.
So why don't we
He
just
helped
put,
craft that condition.
thank you. So why don't we just put, you have to comply with the ADA, and you have to, I mean, if we want to go so far as to get a report, which I don't know how I feel about, but just say you have to comply with the ADA. I mean, why, I don't understand why we're
Because I think
linking
we've identified
ourselves.
an issue where we have concerns that it complies or not, and in other cases, it wasn't an issue for those projects.
Okay, thank you.
And we're going to continue that line of questioning. Intensification of use, I think, is one of the things you called out, this being different than the other examples you gave. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a change in use, and that's why we're looking at how they're using the second floor.
So I'll refer to two of the examples that you offered up as reasons or examples of the similar intensification or dissimilar. Silver Trident used to be a Pilates studio and a storage facility for the spa next door with no public access. And now there is public access, especially upstairs, that's new. But we never saw anything like this about an intensification of use or new public access to that space. I think it was just what the Vice Mayor was referencing, an expectation of standard ADA compliance. Cornerstone Cellars, prior to JCB, Tasting Salon and Atelier, made the upstairs in that space a private tasting room, previously private staff space only. Again, an intensification of use and public access, but we didn't, I don't think we made this requirement then either. I get Protea because it was a brand new building and there had been no rooftop before, so that might be something different. But can you explain why we are looking at this differently than the two examples that I cited?
Yes, because it's a twofold question. The first is whether there's that intensification of use and it's an area that is now open to the public where the public is invited. The second question is whether the services on the ground floor are an equivalent facilitation that satisfies the ADA requirements. And in both of those cases, they were studied at the entitlement stage, working with the town attorney at the time and the building official, and the issue was resolved before it came to you, so it wasn't discussed. Here, we feel we don't have an answer that that ground floor service behind a partition is an equivalent facilitation under ADA law, and that's because it's very specialized law, and a CAST specialist is someone who really understands that ADA and can look at those very technical issues like equivalent facilitation, and the expectation would be that that's analyzed in the report to say, yes, it does or no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to hear from the applicant about this very issue. But since we're in it, let's
Certainly.
keep going for another couple minutes if I could. Because I've never heard of a certified access specialist survey prior to this application. So I want to make sure that we're treating this application like we have treated other, what I consider similar. In your staff report, I highlighted and underlined a reference here. I think it's the second point you just made. Not only is it about public access, but it's about the use of the space. And at the bottom of page 4, second to last paragraph, you talk about the downstairs with a screen may not, I'm going to say may not, even though it says do not offer equal enjoyment for the goods and services offered. Is that our definition of a requirement, equal enjoyment, or is that in the state code?
That is not state code.
So that's our interpretation of the equal enjoyment. But I think the Vice Mayor just asked that we don't ascertain that we don't really have our own set of facts that need to be
Correct.
met.
Right.
So this is a
State and federal law.
concern, but not really a legal issue. Gary, maybe I'll look at you about this one. Steve, not you. Gary.
I have a comment, though.
But if this is a legal issue about equal enjoyment of the space, I know the square footages are slightly different, but is there a definition we need to worry about? I'll go Gary first and then Steve.
I don't think equal enjoyment is a term of art under the federal or state law. No.
Okay, Steve?
The comment I want to make is that I want to make really clear, the request was to do a survey to have the ADA certified expert make the determination. Staff is not trying to say it is or it isn't. It's raising the question, and the survey, the expert would determine if there is an ADA issue or not, and then the only requirement we ask is that the applicant follow whatever direction may be given. So if the survey comes back and says, no, this is perfectly okay as they're proposing, then the condition's been met. I just want to really clarify, we're not trying, we're also saying we're not. And I'm going to go out and explain a little bit more history about ADA. You mentioned a CAS survey. I'm going to bring up Washington Park. We used a CAS certified expert to come in as part of that dialogue. But different issues, different component about the person. The other thing I just want to share is, in this particular case, you know, staff has identified an issue, and we're not wedding ourselves, we're not denying or recommending denial of the application, just trying to get it resolved by somebody. But also, what we are also trying to make sure is that the applicant's aware. We are a ADA litigant target. We have had a number of our private businesses, including the town, sued on a number of ADA opportunities.
The town of Yountville is not unique in that case.
No,
So
but I'm just saying, so part of what
neither
we're
are
trying
our
to do
businesses.
is just make sure and nail something down. We're not trying to be punitive, and it's not anything targeted to the applicant. It's just trying to resolve that so that if there is something they need to do, it's done. And the other thing is, you know, I will point out, while the town has immunity from issuing permits if there's an error, I also know that it can cost us $20,000 or more in litigation to defend ourselves, to get out, and also in a case like this, the town is often brought in, and we have to provide all of the information. So I just want to be clear that everybody in the audience and the council understands the intent and where staff was coming for. And the effort was, well, we don't have, and we're not attempting to make a decision affirmatively that it is or isn't. The survey was simply meant so they would be aware of it. And if the findings suggest that it's fine, that's great. And if not, then they have an understanding of what they might need to do to provide compliance. I'm just saying that's where we're coming from. If the council has no interest in that, we do know and recognize that, you know, what you're hearing from staff is a lot of the ADA issues are resolved and it's clearly understood. We don't tend to bring up issues that aren't issues in staff reports. So that's why you may be seeing something different.
Right, and this all, like I said, we may be able to erase the last 10 minutes after we hear from the applicant. We'll find that out in the public hearing part. Just to go back over, you're recommending approval with the, I'll say caveat that the ADA issue is resolved either already or prior to them being able to use the upstairs as a publicly accessible service area. Is that accurate?
Yeah, before you this evening is a modified version of the resolution. We also have some available here if members of the audience want to take a look. It contains a few minor changes to language as well as an added condition of indemnity clauses there. So that is what is staff's recommended resolution, but obviously the council has the right to modify that as however the majority wants.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because we kind of may have gotten lost in the, typically you would recommend.
Yes.
And I wanted to make sure that we were clear that you were recommending approval because they meet all of the other conditions you listed in detail in the report, and then you're just calling out this one that may or may not be resolved.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor?
One clarification. The staff recommendation is not that they can't use the upstairs treatment pending the resolution. It's just that they have 2 years to implement whatever the CAS study may or may not require.
Okay,
I just wanna
that's good
clarify.
clarification.
Yes, we're not.
Gary, is that what you were leaning forward to say as
No,
well?
I was just going to clarify a statement I made earlier. Federal and state law focuses on equal access. The term equal enjoyment is used in some of the literature, though, so I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So it's recommended for approval, and they have 2 years to comply if they're not in compliance immediately.
You know, it's,
Got it. Good. Any last questions of the staff report? Councilmember Mueller?
This whole discussion certainly brought up the issue, so are you saying that except for this space right here, all the other two-story retail places we have, you know, say by R&D Kitchen or even upstairs in Plaza Quirkica, however, I never can say that right, they all have ADA access like the Pilates studio? Do we know that?
And before you answer that, Gary, are we getting into the public hearing part of this, or is this still considered Q&A on the staff report?
This can still be Q&A on the staff report.
Okay.
the answer, Councilmember Moeller, is what's a trigger mechanism. So when somebody brings forward a change in use or a major renovation or remodel of the property, that triggers current ADA compliance to the then current rules. So something that's been in play that met the rules prior, then we don't have a trigger mechanism to impose that. Now, that doesn't stop them potentially from being sued by a private citizen, but I want to refer back to when does the town get pulled into it. So if somebody has and is operating, we have a narrow trigger mechanism that brings us to the discussion.
Any other last questions? We'll have more discussion during the open hearing. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing now and invite the applicant forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And thank you, Nathan and Sandra, for all of your time and my answers to my questions regarding this matter. Do I begin?
Yes, you begin. By
Well-
telling us who you are.
Oh, excuse me. I'm Ashley Emerald. I work with the JCB Tasting Salon next door. I'm our operational manager, and I'm here to discuss all of the concerns and the outline proposal for the new Senses by JCB retail and spa experience store. We did hear the concerns and were very cognizant with the sensitivity to the issue regarding the ADA first and second floor services. And we're able to meet with our architect, Paul Kelly, who provided to us, and that I sent over to you, a use permit that really issued an equal accommodation for the Senses in both the upper and lower level. I also was able to, on February 1st, get in touch with a CAS specialist who came and did a full assessment and survey of the location, and we did pass and are within compliance to offer both services on the upper and level space, and that letter has been sent to you with not the formal letter, excuse me, it takes a little bit of time to turn that around, but they did supply us with a preliminary letter that indicated after the review that they believe the plans for the 8x10 space are sufficient to provide a fully accessible treatment space and are in line with the upper level. And of course, within the next 48 hours, we should have the final document that outlines all of that clearly and that we are in compliance with the services for upper and lower level treatments.
Was there anything else that you wanted to go over after you heard the questions from the council, or?
Yes, I do want to note that on the second floor, the 2 treatment rooms that we have outlined that we will be doing services in, one of the treatment rooms I would consider to not be a fully private room in the sense of a physical wall. There is a bookshelf that has kind of been set up to create its own partition between the waiting area and the treatment room, which we will be, of course, providing a drapery to enclose the area completely if someone is in that space. And on the lower level, I know we do use the term partition, which can be interpreted in all different styles of partitions if you've ever been shopping to look for different styles. However, this partition will be a collapsible 8x10 partition, but it is about 8.5 feet tall and will be fully draped and create a complete enclosed private room. It will not have any transparency or any kind of holes or accessibility viewpoints from anyone else within that retail space. Of course, from our architect and the CASP inspector, 5 by 5 was actually the recommended use, but naturally, having friends myself and family members who are not able-bodied, we wanted to create a more comfortable space for them altogether, and an 8 by 10 area provided adequate space after we did a mock-up for the bed to be fully laid down and for the treatment provider to have access all around the space, and also plenty of room to offer the same equipment that could be portably located from the upper or lower level comfortably without feeling crammed, and to create an enjoyable and likeness for likeness space should they visit the upstairs to see that we were creating an environment that was equal in style and equal in service and equal in spaciousness.
Thank you. There was also a mention about the outdoor display. I know that was an issue when back a few years ago when it was originally approved. Do you have a sense of what you plan on displaying outside? Very similar, I know we talked already about a ladder with pelts, maybe not being part of the display, but can you give us a sense of that? Because I know we're sensitive to the visual impact from the street.
Of course. We will retire the ladder with the pelts. That will not be something we'll be asking for. However, with the ability to showcase a mannequin of any style, we are going to be very conservative with this location, a little bit different than our other JCB locations if you've been in one, but really creating a tasteful look to just allow people to understand that this is a retail store, that we will be in fact selling clothing and merchandise. Being a local of Napa and visiting Yountville often as a child and now working, there is a lot of feedback from locals and visitors that they're not really sure what all the stores are selling, whether it's a restaurant or a resale environment. So to be able to have a mannequin on display with the article of clothing that could really be easily identifiable as a retail space or shop would be our ideal usage for it. And the clothing that we will be reselling is beautiful and high quality clothing, so you won't see any bikinis or any type of inappropriate ostentatious outfits. I feel that they will just be really used to allow the people, pedestrians crossing, to know that we're a clothing store.
Great, thank you. Also, a question, and maybe this goes toward Nathan, but I'll ask you first about employee count and your treatment services. So do you have employees that will be providing the treatment, or do you have outside people that come in for the treatments? And if the count that, Nathan, you described has factored all that in, if you could just maybe answer that.
So the employees will be retained employees of ours. They will be an hourly employee that will be doing services and would be able to work in the store. If they did not have an experience or a treatment to provide, they would still be able to work in the retail space and be a person to check out transactions and provide answers to questions and help create an enjoyable shopping experience.
So that's already counted in the numbers that was provided?
That's correct, yes.
So you don't have somebody come in when they have appointments and adds to the parking and the head count, okay.
Right. The 2 to 3 per diem would include retail staff and service providers.
Got it, thank you. Are there any other questions from the council of the applicant? Any other applicant team? I see there are more people here.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Councilmember Durham.
Thank you for your presentation. And I will say that's the first time I've ever heard JCB and conservative in the same presentation, so thank you.
Yeah.
Help me get behind the fact that you have how much retail space, approximately?
Of footage on the for retail space, it was about 2,000. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact
That's
numbers.
fine. That's fine. So about 2,000, and every brand that's listed is pretty high end, and you've used that term. So if you have 2 treatment rooms with 2 people, you're only going to have 1 retail person in 2,000 square feet to deal with these high-end brands?
We are not going to assume that we will be maxed at the treatment upper level. So we are certainly going in with a more conservative approach to the employees that we will staff. Having been a treatment provider myself and a licensed esthetician, it's very common to be on call or to be waiting in between services. And we have really reviewed, we're a new business, we don't really have a large clientele that is based for skincare. So with that being said, yes, we feel that if we did have a request to do services, that one individual would be adequate for the time being to perform services throughout the day. And at that point, 2 to 3 staff members at any given day would be sufficient. However, if we found ourselves to be growing in business, which we hope, 4 per day would still be within our abilities and parking permits.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Do you intend to have nail service?
No, ma'am.
How about, do you intend to serve wine or food to your clients?
That's not in our original proposal or in our plans at the time.
How about, are you intending to do anything to the exterior, whether hardscape or landscape? Like freshen it
Currently-
up or redo it, or?
Well, I'm assuming looking to Tom, but we do have our own landscaper now, but I'm sure that we will be cleaning it up and giving it a fresher look, but no immediate plans to plant anything.
And your personal shopper, will that just be an on-call person? I think you mentioned in the narrative there's a possibility of that.
Correct. There's a possibility of a personal shopper, and then, of course, any retail associate could be considered a personal shopper for you to create a relationship and connect with you via email or on your phone. As new items come in, looking at your purchase history, we can absolutely say or suggest things that you've purchased like for likeness that we can offer you as a personal shopping add-on.
So you don't see that as an additional employee per se?
No, ma'am.
Your product lines, are they duplicated anywhere in town, some of your skincare lines?
Not at the moment. None of the skincare lines that I recall seeing would be in any of the other spas or locations. Eminence is fairly popular, but Spa Bellagio does not carry that. They use Espa. And regarding brands from, I know Hunter Gatherer and the Senses store will be looking at a couple clothing lines that are within the same label, but I do not know if we will be selling the same garment within that label or apparel. But currently, we are not carrying any same brands that stores in town are currently carrying.
And how about your spa, your skincare spa type services? I know some of them, massage is duplicated here in town, but like, do you think most of them are not duplicated here in town?
I would strongly say that they are not duplicated in town, that all of the research I have done so far are spa-style services that of larger spas and hotel spas. Some of the services that we will be providing would be more appealing in my mind for people with repeat service desires and requests. So you'll notice on the form there is hydrofacials, there is microblading, there are treatments that you can actually see some results with non-invasive and minimal downtime. Most spas are providing a relaxation and a more enjoyable form for travelers.
Thank you. And I think this might be my final question. You mentioned 2 things in your narrative. One is you intend to offer local savings.
Mm-hmm.
The other is that you believe this is a great location because of a trifecta, and one of the things included in the trifecta is affluent clientele. So I would like for you to just mesh the 2 of those together for me, because we're always interested in a business our locals will use.
Absolutely. Some of those words were put together by our rendering and CAD specialists that created this beautiful portfolio for me to share with the original concept. It's harder for me since those aren't my words exactly. I just wanted to share what a concept deck for the store would look like. Obviously, the merchandise is on the higher side for some of the apparel. We plan on, of course, bringing an attainable collection of clothing as well so that everybody could feel included. I'm not really sure how to personally answer that question because it was just the concept deck. But
Well, I started my life as a copywriter, so I can appreciate that you paid someone to put those words together. So,
right, and that was actually, and I did provide some very clear information when I sent that. As we are looking to work with these new vendors that really haven't worked with us in the past or ever, unlike Baccarat, Christoph, some really high-end prestigious brands that we order from quite regularly, these designers and these brands are looking to understand how will their brand fit within this new space. And so we want to allow the brands to know that they'll be represented in the way that's withstanding to their own current mission statement. And we wanted to identify that the location for which these items will be sold and be retailed would have a similar clientele to that of, the LA area, San Francisco, and also draw the kind of, attention that they would be looking for and supportive in having their store.
thank you very much.
Question, am I done?
See, now they keep popping up with questions.
No, it's great.
Councilmember Dornbecker?
Well, I'm recalling once again the DJ,
Yes.
and I'm wondering, are you going to be playing spa music, or are you going to be playing amplified rock and roll?
On the latter, spa music for sure. The DJ and the sparkling champagne flutes were again an opportunity for us on this concept deck to show a full lifestyle. We love to tell a story at JCB. We love to say, in this one region, you're able to set your table, you're able to purchase great wines, and you're able to then shop in an enjoyable environment. There was the talk of having a DJ turntable, but more like a jukebox. There wouldn't actually be a DJ present, so it could play any kind of music that you wanted to. But no, we will not be playing amplified music, and we will not be, at this point, having a DJ or a DJ booth. It'll be traditional shopping music and then spa music in the upper and lower level.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for the questions for you. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much.
And anybody else from the JCB team, or you're here to just be available
Tell
as
us my
needed?
support system.
Okay. Thank you. Great.
Good.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you.
Any members of the public have a question or comment about this application? Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and invite more discussion or action by the council. Would anyone like to go first with comments? Councilmember Durham, yes, let's do it.
So it's nice that the applicant, I'll speak to the ADA first. It's nice that the applicant has done this work. I've done a CASP study for my business as well. It's not cheap. It's about 300 pages and is pointed out by our very capable lawyer who had to correct himself about ADA. It's a very gray issue as well. So I'm fine with moving forward with this. I just want to go on the record as saying that I'm concerned about telling businesses to get a CASP report that they have to then present to us, and I understand the process. I still think that moving forward that it might not be the best thing for the businesses. The ADA law is federal and state. The businesses have to adhere to it, and I, in the future, would like to leave it to the businesses. So I just want to comment on that. They've done it, so we can move forward with it. I just want to say, one of my concerns about the resolution is under use permit requirements, primary commercial findings, 17.48. It's on the second page. 0.050. It's number 3. The proposed use provides benefit to residents. Once again, I want to go on the record as saying that I'm concerned that this is in there. This is another nice reworking of local serving business. And I just want to make sure moving forward that we are having this discussion about whether this is a place for businesses. If this line is a place in our municipal code to be determining use permits for Yountville. Once again, to me, it's a local serving business statement that we've spoken about at length up here and probably over the last 10 years. it's a very tricky, it's a very tricky statement. Is it a benefit to the residents because I'm going to go there? And I want to go on record that I know what microblading is. Is it a benefit because I'm going to go there? Is it benefit because my neighbor's going to go there? Or is it a benefit because they're going to collect sales tax and my water line in front of my street is going to be replaced, which is great. So I get concerned about that being in there and exactly what that interpretation is, especially as a finding in this situation. Also, you know, I'm going to bring this up because we're going to discuss it in the next item about oversaturation of businesses in Yountville. Once again, what is oversaturation of business? If you ask me, maybe a spa is oversaturation. We have the spa at Bellagio and Vintage. We have a spa at Hotel Yountville. We have a spa at Bardessono. We have 2 businesses in V Marketplace that already do spa-like services. We also have a home occupation permit that allows spa services for 1 person in town. So what is oversaturation? And once again, it's just my conversation, and I'm bringing it up now because I want us to discuss it in the future because it is in this ordinance. What is the proposed use provides benefits to residents, and what does that all mean? I'm concerned that it's in here. I'd rather it not be in here at all, especially moving forward because it can be interpreted 100 different ways to each individual. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker?
I understand your concerns about that, Councilmember Durham. On the other hand, I really feel that this is a case where the market will decide which of these businesses are going to be successful. I hate to be doom and gloom, but I see a downturn in the economy coming, and it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we have a beautiful location for a restaurant that has been sitting, you know, idle with no interest. So, you know, I think I can understand your dilemma with that particular, what is the benefit to the residents, and I'd have to say that I guess it's the tax, because many of our residents cannot afford to come and have very expensive spa services unless you have a residence day once a year, like some businesses in town do. But, you know, I wish you well. I hope that this works. I really was looking forward to a brew pub, but, I don't see any reason, and I'm glad that you had that, you know, you had the ADA study done. We definitely want to make sure that everyone who seeks your services feels comfortable. So that's a good thing. So I can support this.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller?
Thank you very much. I really want to comment on the applicant presentation. I thought that was very clear. It gave me a lot of information that was in addition to all the other documents we had. So thank you very much for that. I am in support of this approving this use. I wish you well and hope everything comes out even better than you expected. It's to me, I think that there is certainly a spa use, but I see a lot of diversity within just your, if somebody wants to call it a spa, I see a lot of diversity, and that's why I'm in favor of it, and I'm sure some of that might change over time depending on what does well and what doesn't do well. So I agree with all the findings. I also was, it struck me that probably the shortest sentence in here was something I read multiple times: the proposed use provides benefit to residents. So I definitely agree with all the previous council discussion. Maybe staff will consider our discussion in future applications that come before us. So welcome to Yountville, and it's a cool building. It used to be our a train station. If you want any history of it, I know all about that, so just let me know. But it's a very cool building.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor and Council, just speak to that one specific condition because it's now been brought up twice. There are general conditions that must be found. Those are included in the beginning of the resolution. Each of your zoning districts have specific conditions that must also be met. This is one that specifically does have to be met for this particular zone. This is something that staff will be revisiting in the general plan update and also the revisions to the zoning code in the future. How it benefits residents is in the discretion of the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I guess that Councilmember Durham and I read one another's notes. I had the same 3 points. My solution to getting in the middle of the ADA CAS report thing is, especially given the news from our applicant, would be to say you must comply with the ADA by, and to assure us of that prior to issuance of a building permit, you give us the CASP report. And if not, then you have to get a CASP report. I don't want to be tied together with them for 2 years. I don't think it's up to us to say, okay, now you've done this, now you haven't done that. It's your burden to comply. So that's my feeling on that. The benefit to residents, it is certainly in our municipal code. Yes, I go back and forth on what is a benefit. I think probably not many of our residents are going to shop there, frankly, but sales tax is a benefit to residents. And if you want to run over and get your eyelashes extended, that's a benefit to residents. So I can see that. Oversaturation, I also think that sort of ties in with the benefit to residents. I do think that you guys are going to offer some services that we don't have here. I think you're going to offer some product lines that we don't have here. So I am sensitive to the oversaturation, but I think this project certainly meets that bar. So that's kind of where I am. I would like to see something in our, if we approve a use permit, something in there saying specifically that we revoke the 2017 resolution, just to clean that up. And I think that's it, just the change to the ADA and revoking 2017. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. First, I'm just going to bring up, Nathan, there's an item approving the use permit, the conditions, condition 4 lists hours of operation 10 to 7. And I see in the narrative from the applicant, they have a different hour of operation for the spa service. It falls within that, so we don't care if they close the spa services down an hour early? Is that, we're not calling out the spa services separately?
It's not separate. Within, if the spa services are within 10 to 7, but they want to modify it as the life of the business goes on, as long as it stays within 10 to 7, that's their discretion.
Great. I just wanted to double check on that. I think we should stop calling it a spa, first of all. I had to go back. You call it a lifestyle experience, and I think that's really, truly more what we're talking about, which I do think is a unique offering. And I do feel like, as a local, I sometimes hesitate to go to one of the hotels that provides the services that Councilmember Durham pointed out. I would be much more likely to go to this experience, even though I don't know what the
Microblading.
right. Hey, I don't know microblading yet.
I
Yet.
Google it first.
Yeah, right. So I do think that there's a unique offering with this business. You already heard some of my concerns that I think some of the other council expressed eloquently already, that I had a sense that we were actually overstepping a little bit on what we were trying to regulate. I totally get the intent that we don't want to be creating a business or an operation that could unintentionally violate state and federal law. I get that. But I don't feel like that's our fundamental responsibility, just as has been called out about the finding of local serving as a definition. I think you said it perfectly. There are multiple definitions of local benefit and local serving. I think you called 3 out that were perfect. The revenue generated by a business like this goes to myriad opportunities for our residents to enjoy, whether they go into your business or not. That's one of the beauties of having sales tax that stays local. So I can support this. I don't think that we should over manage an individual's business, and I think that you heard from staff already about the ADA compliance issue. I had no doubt that you were going to either get it taken care of prior to tonight or within the necessary time for you to open and operate. I do think this will generate an energy in this segment of that property that frankly has not existed there. Overland was a very successful business that never looked busy. Kudos to them. They did a great job, and they were around for almost 3 decades. But I think that this has the opportunity to bring a little more vibrancy to that space that can be a little quiet, frankly, and it's right in the middle of what we consider our downtown corridor. So I welcome the opportunity, and I do think that it provides some very unique experiences, whether they be lifestyle services or lifestyle products. So I can support this. I do agree with the Vice Mayor about just formalizing the cancellation of the previous condition of approval. You said it much better than I just did.
Copied what he said.
And I think that while I'm fine with leaving it in here, I do think we need to revisit that one element of the local findings because it's so hard to define. And still to this day, I have not heard anyone that could actually identify a purely local serving business. Maybe it's residential landscaping or something like that, but I'm not even sure that if we drill down, that would be the case. But I have a feeling we're going to see more local residents in this space than people might be willing to admit in a public setting. So with that, I can support the application with the one additional condition as stated by the Vice Mayor. Gary, you have something to say.
I've got that language whenever you guys are ready.
Are there any other last comments? Okay, so before a motion is requested, do you want to offer up what that additional language would be?
Yeah, so I'd add a new paragraph to the very end of the resolution between current paragraphs 7 and 8 that states the use permit authorized in 2017 for the same location and which was never commenced is hereby superseded by this use permit.
Vice Mayor, does that sound like your intent? It does, thank you. Does that mean you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to, hold on. I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 19-3534, approving a use permit for retail and professional services, including the exterior display of merchandise for Senses by JCB located at 6505 Washington Street, assessor's parcel number 036-081-011, with the addition of the language recommended by the town attorney referencing the revocation of the previous 2017 resolution approving the brew pub use.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That sounded unanimous. Congratulations. And thank you very much for your presentation tonight. Look forward to your opening. Well, I have a feeling we're going to have a few people leave the room. We will. Yeah, come on. They supported you, sort of. They didn't say anything. But well, I've totally lost control of the room. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our second public hearing of the night. Heron House, a tasting room and retail space use permit. Nathan, you going to start?
Yeah, hope you aren't
Right.
sick of me yet. Before you this evening is another use permit hearing, this time for the Heron House. Again, similar to the last one, I'll start with a little background, then go with a description of the proposed use, and then talk about a few discussion points for the council to consider whilst they discuss the use permit. So first off, this project site is an approximately 18,000 square foot lot with about 5,500 square feet of developed business space. The property is known as Piazza Quercia, is the home of several entities, including Wells Fargo Bank, the Yountville Chamber of Commerce, Wine Country Connection, K-Laz Collection, Portofino Realty Advisors, and Pilates Reserve. The project space is Suite G, is the one being considered this evening. It's approximately 1,000 square foot space, and it was formerly occupied most recently by Miss Dixie's Hair and Nail Salon. One parking lot does serve the site, which holds a total of 24 spaces and is accessed via Oak Circle, and it is located approximately 100 steps from the Oak Circle Community Park. Now, the applicant proposes to reuse the space as a tasting room and as a retail space. So according to the applicant's narrative, the space will be a collective of small production, handcrafted Napa Valley wines, and they'll also feature kitchenware, handcrafted pantry items, men's and women's leather goods, and textiles, and art with a focus on local purveyors. The retail component of the proposal would be to sell products from a variety of suppliers, just as the wine would be from a variety of different smaller wineries or vineyards from the areas. The retail options would range from tableware, art, photography, woodworks, pantry goods, leather, napkins, jewelry, and other products. And the wine tasting services would be provided by Bench Vineyards, Stelzer Vineyards, Larkin Wines, and other confirmed winery partners that may partner with the space following that might be confirmed after the obtaining of a use permit. The proposal also includes retail hours from 11 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m., Thursday through Monday, and those hours would be open for the public, so members of the public could walk in and have a retail experience. And on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the space would also be available for private tasting appointments, with many of the details to be fleshed out as the business operates and grows into the use permit. Again, like the last one, because the proposed use includes wine tasting services, a use permit and a public hearing is required. That's why we are here this evening. If it was just retail, or if it was just salon services, like what was previously in there with Miss Dixie's, they would be able to have a turnkey beginning of the business. But because it now introduces this new use of wine tasting, a conditional use permit is necessary following a public hearing. So before the council discusses those, I want to discuss just a few points for the council to consider. This one, like before, is located in the retail overlay zoning district. And because the proposal use does include retail that is on the first floor, it does comply with the requirements of this retail overlay district. If you want me to, I'll spare you from rereading the requirements of it since I just did, but if you want me to, just let me know. I'm happy to reread things. Though wine tasting service is the primary element of this application, a variety of retail opportunities will also be included in the space. And this is, though part of the business model, it also goes towards satisfying the town's retail diversity policy. That provides that a minimum of 25% of the net floor area accessible to the public must be devoted to a secondary retail use. So this means on a 1,081 square foot space, that about 270 square feet of space must be dedicated to non-wine related retail. So the applicant's narrative includes a drawing that shows two dedicated retail spaces in the building. That's the entry space that's there in the top right corner, and that central main lobby area. These rooms show a total of about 500 square feet, which would feature an immersive retail experience. Retail products for sale will be featured on displays in both rooms, and order forms or catalogs will also be made available in the spaces. Really, any part of these spaces that you're in, you would be able to have an immersive retail experience, and the applicant will be able to speak more on that as well as what has been provided in the council packet. The proposed products, as we've mentioned before, range from a wide variety of different local providers, and that is part of the business model of the applicant, is to have that mix of different retailers, just as it has a mix of different winemakers. So it's the opinion of staff that this variety of retail products that occupies a space of more than 25% of the net floor area accessible to the public does satisfy the retail diversity policy of the town. The town typically does show flexibility when working with businesses in case throughout the course of their business life they want to modify their business model at all. And rather than lock the applicant into selling only the retail items that have been proposed in this initial application, staff does recommend that a condition of approval is in the resolution that holds the applicant to the retail diversity policy, holding them to that 25% square footage, but it does not prohibit them from introducing additional retail if they want to partner with different providers that aren't featured specifically in this narrative. Alternatively, the town council has expressed concern in the past that some uses, such as an art gallery, for instance, may not satisfy the true spirit of this policy. And so a condition of approval that's recommended by staff that's in the draft resolution says 25% of the net floor area be dedicated to non-wine related retail, and that an art gallery may not be included toward this calculation. So this doesn't prohibit them from having an art gallery. They're welcome to do so. It only clarifies that the type of retail this policy was originally intended to address. And so even though they can have an art gallery, whatever the square footage of said gallery does, if it's independent from this, would not be towards that 25% requirement. This is simply included as a staff suggestion based off recent discussions of the town council expressing concern over potential oversaturation of art galleries. But this condition, of course, may be modified by the town council before adoption. Now, as a part, this, again, does include a wine tasting component to the use. I wanted to review just a couple things that have been brought up over the last couple months as part of the Envision Yountville process. There are several workshops that were held in the community, and during some of them, attendees were asked, well, which of the following policies related to new use permits for businesses would you support? And responses varied. Some said, let's set caps on new tasting rooms. Some said, let's set caps on new sit-down restaurants. Others say, set caps on new hotels. And many respondents stated that they would support a cap on tasting rooms, saying that it's been oversaturated. But others have also said, let the market decide. This was discussed at the town advisory group. Following the workshop, it's been discussed with different boards and commissions as well as the town council. And the advisory group ultimately decided to not recommend a policy that placed a cap on any one type of business. And so the TAG preferred to continue with the current approach of allowing the market to decide. So the draft general plan that has not yet been adopted, but has been a point of considerable discussion in the community recently, has a draft policy that follows this market-driven approach. There's currently no policy in town that outright bans any particular oversaturation of business. There's no policy that bans additional tasting rooms in Yountville. Town council does reserve the right to approve or deny conditional use permits as part of the public hearing process, and that could be using the findings that we love so much and that we can have discussions over. So that's one of the primary purposes of the town council public hearing, is to ensure that all conditional use permits do comply with the standards that are set forth in the municipal code as well as in the general plan. And so this is up for town council to determine and to discuss. A couple more points, one regarding parking. So section 17 of the municipal code, subsection 88, establishes the off-street parking requirements for uses in town. And in the code, personal services, which was the previous use of the space, whether it be salons or barbershops, and retail stores and wine tasting rooms, which is the proposed use, they all have the same parking requirement of one space for every 250 square feet. So in this sense, based on the minimum standards of the municipal code, the requirement is a wash. It's the same standard for retail and wine tasting as it is for salon or barber services. Although the required number of off-street parking spaces does remain consistent, and so there's no recommendation to create additional parking spaces in the parking lot, the change in use does trigger a use permit, and so town staff does recommend that the business be enrolled in the employee parking management program. All individuals staffing the space, even including winery partners that may come in to provide wine tasting services, even though they aren't employed by Herrenhaus, would be required to park their vehicles only in the designated spaces, which would be first this shaded green on-site parking lot, and then in the occasion that it is filled to capacity, rather than impacting the neighborhood and parking on residential streets, they would be directed to park at Oak Circle Park on those head-in parking spaces that are located there. This is consistent with the employee parking management plans that have been assigned to other businesses in order to create as little impact as feasible on neighborhood streets. Staffing the space is unique in that it is a co-op space that is utilized by the applicant as well as the applicant's winery partners. So though the applicant intends to only have up to 2 employees in the space, there may be 5 total employees staffing the space when considering the additional winery partners. So in order to address this, 2 parking spaces have been dedicated to Herrenhaus that will be signed saying Herrenhaus parking only. Any winery partners will be required to either park in one of those signed ones, if they're both filled to capacity, elsewhere on the parking lot, and if that's filled to capacity, again, to Oak Circle Park. In order to assure that any impacts of the business are adequately addressed during this, a condition of approval is also included that the applicant provide a log to planning staff on how many employees are there each day. So that includes Herrenhaus employees on who staffs the space, as well as what winery partners are coming, how many are there. And then in that initial 6-month review, which could be extended to a year if the town council wishes, the staff will be able to get a better understanding of what the impact, if any, this use would have on the neighborhood regarding staffing and parking. Lastly, it's also important to note that this applicant does request to have the operation end at 6 o'clock p.m. And this is an important time to close, in that the restaurant across the street that's been historically Piatti's or Red has used this parking lot, especially during dinner services. So the fact that they want to close at 6 would be beneficial if that partnership were to continue with whatever the new restaurant, assuming it's a restaurant space, restaurant use, wants to continue to use the parking lot. And I can go into more detail on that if you want. Lastly, with regards to events, aside to the regular retail experience and walk-in tasting services, or any by appointment tasting services, the applicant also plans on having several programs that include events. And based on the narrative, all of these events or programs would be based on their occupancy numbers, which is anticipated to be around 40 people. The applicant has stated that they intend to hold these programs within the walls of the space and within normal operating hours. And due to the regular nature of these events, it's more appropriate to identify them as just programming for the business rather than special events, because as the town, we have our own definition of special event. We automatically assume, okay, special event permit. Speaking of special event permits, a condition is also proposed in the resolution that mimics an approval that was given to the K-Laz wine collection, that there's approved a total of 5 major special events annually, but none of which will continue past 9 p.m. And if there's amplified sound, if there's food being served, if it extends into the courtyard or any of those things, then they would be required to get a special event permit issued by the town. Because the town has not received complaints about this arrangement from the K-Laz wine collection and their operation, that's why the same recommendation is included in the resolution here. though special event permits are not necessary for programming held during normal operating hours and within the structure, the condition is included to address the possibility if they wanted to have events in the courtyard in the future. So with that, that concludes my staff report, and I'm here to answer any questions or to defer you to Sandra to answer.
Thank you. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Moeller, you have any questions?
I do have some questions. Let's see, no particular order, but let's start with the two parking places. Currently, there are two parking places in the same location, and they say 15-minute time limit. I think for Wells Fargo, I was going to go by and look, but I didn't have a chance.
So the signs that are out there today don't identify any specific business. It just says customer parking, 15-minute max. The way staff has it understood is that the two proposed ones that the applicant would be receiving from the property owner would be separate from those two, and it would say Heron House parking.
So there'll be 4 that have signs.
2 for just basic employees, customers, 15-minute max, and 2 that say Heron House. So 4 total signs in the parking lot.
Okay, so too bad our sheriff left. But here's my understanding, because I've talked to the sheriff several times because people have gotten parking tickets, and they think, oh, you just call a council member and poof, it goes away. Well, it doesn't really work that way, but I do know a lot about that right now. And so the sheriff has told me on several occasions that there's no enforcement of the 15-minute only parking, that they specifically only enforce the handicap spaces and red curbs. So I'm really not sure how we're going to resolve this unless our attorney's also a parking lot expert ticket guy or something. But so that's really my question. So we've got those two 15-minute places that cannot be enforced, and these other 2, can they be enforced?
Let's start with Gary, since that's what Councilmember asked, and then we'll go to Steve.
Are you a parking expert about tickets?
Well, I'd want to speak with Sergeant Hallman on why he thinks the 15-minute limit can't be enforced. I think there are ways to enforce a 15-minute limitation.
Right, but our sheriff does not do it.
Let me clarify. I'll help on a couple things. One, the property owner, there are things that the property owner parking lot management has to do to enforce it, and then it can be assisted. So they have to take the initiative to identify and do certain things before the sheriff will do it. Secondly, with regard to the...
Can I just ask what those are?
I don't want to, I mean, one,
It's-
they have to actually go out and attempt to manage, request a tow. There's a tow procedure and everything like that. So those are the types of things that the business has to do because it's initiated by the business to manage it. Can be done. And that's why you see on a lot of parking lots, the private parking lot signs that say, in the event, and then it identifies a phone number and usually a tow company, because it's on them to use that. What I would suggest is that the Heron House needs to say Heron House employee, not Heron House parking, because what we have to look at is the focus has been identifying employees, and then we enforce it through the use permit review monitoring process, because if their employees aren't parking there, and that's similar to how we've managed the other areas where they are marked as employee only.
Okay, so we can probably deal with that.
I mean, that's a concern would be, but that's how we typically, we use that through the use permit monitoring process.
So signage would...
And that's typically detailed within the employee parking management program where we can work with staff to determine the signage that makes the most sense, that's appropriate and in line with the spirit of whatever the use permit says.
And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of our law enforcement and all that, because they've even said, oh, just have them bring the ticket in and we'll take care of it. So, so I think we need to deal with that in the best way, that we can enforce what we intend to enforce.
I don't think that's the last sentence we want to hear in the audience, that they can come in and bring in a ticket and get it taken care of.
Well, I'm just saying what I've kind of heard, and I know this is probably is not going to be the end of it. So if these are really restricted parking places, we just need to do it correctly, because right now it seems to be confusing. It just says 15-minute parking only.
I think you're focusing on the wrong signage because the permit conditions...
Your light on?
Sorry. The permit conditions do not deal with the 15-minute. So we may need to revisit and work with the applicant, the property owner, not the applicant, on the 15-minute to address that. But we have had good success with managing the employee parking requirements because we use the use permit monitoring, and if they're not. And then, that's why they need to say employee, because in this case, remember, the encouragement we've had from the council is that we use the employee parking management program to park a majority of the employees on the property because the neighbors are more receptive of the guests than they are the employee.
Okay, I'm sure we can sort all that out, but I think you don't want any issues afterwards, but you could
Well,
work on
specifically
that.
to this applicant, it's not appropriate to hold the applicant accountable for other parking issues that may or may not exist in the lot that are the property owner, that we're talking specifically about 2 dedicated spaces for their employees per this
Right.
permit.
And again, I'm just going to point out, this is no different than the Protea Priest Ranch requirements. So, we've managed that. The 15-minute ones, I don't think, that conversation is something staff will work with the property owner on, but I don't think it's a factor in this consideration.
Yeah, but I just didn't realize that the other 2 spaces were in addition to those, but it sounds like you've got enough direction to figure out what you need to figure out. So another question, do couches count for the 25% floor space?
Me or you? Yeah. So there are several different ways in the past that the 25%, we'll call it the 25% rule for brevity's sake, has been calculated. Some, you take the square footage of every product and say that better meet 25%. Others, you say, what's the display case? You could do the vertical square footage of it, or you take the ADA 4-foot distance and calculate it that way. The way this was interpreted is what's the size of the room that is part of that fully immersive retail experience. And that's how that was calculated. So if the couches are for sale or if they're not for sale, if it's part of the whole room that's part of that immersive retail experience, then it would be included in the retail net floor space. And that's because they're planning on having, similar to what Silver Trident does, having the catalogs constantly available and the order forms there available. And no matter really where you stand in those rooms, seeing retail opportunities around the wall. That's why staff used the calculation to just include the square footage of those rooms.
I don't mean to sound dense, but are couches allowed to be counted as the 25% floor space?
If the couches are located in a retail room, then yeah, the space they occupy is counted towards that room.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you mentioned retail rooms. I'm looking at slide 11 out of 20-something, that one. Thank you very much. So what's a retail room on this slide? Can you point those, what
Yep.
a retail room is?
Let me pull out the John Madden pen here. Here, that retail space and the entry retail space. Those were the calculation staff used to determine what is the retail location, because both of these rooms are open, accessible to the public during the hours of operation, and because retail is a component of any space in there, it was included in the calculation. So that 443 square feet plus the 88 square feet.
448, so plus the 88. So
Yep.
you take the entire 1,081 square feet,
Yes.
and you make sure that the 25% of that number is in where you have your circles.
Correct. And so that 443 plus 88 equals 531, which is greater than 25% of the entire net area.
Okay, so one more question about that net area. How do you calculate net area? Because it's not just where the display stands are, it's also walking around space as well?
Yeah, so there's different ways you can calculate it. The total building space, including these two beautifully circled rooms, as well as the wine cellar tasting lounge, Gallery 2 and Gallery 1, which are these private rooms that could be closed. All of that equals a little over 1,000 square feet. So the number we need to get at is 25% of 1,000 square feet, 250. The way that this is determined is that 443, that 88 square feet, added together, 531. Any point of those two rooms can be part of the immersive retail experience, where they can use catalogs, use order forms, and be able to see retail displays throughout. So that's why the entire square footage of those two rooms is calculated into this determination.
Okay, so let's see. I think that answers all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Durham.
Thank you. First of all, I need to announce that I've had contact with this applicant concerning a tasting room in Yountville, and my conversation was about tasting rooms in Yountville and the requirements. And as pertaining to this particular application for the Heron House, I received no information other than the items contained in the applicant's narrative. Now, with that being said, do we have a definition for oversaturation?
No, that's up for interpretation.
Very good. I just wanted to understand that. Then let's go back to parking. Besides this applicant, who else in the plaza is part of the employee parking management plan? What other business?
This would be the first one in the complex in Piazza Quercia, though next door, both Priest Ranch and Protea participate.
So could we ultimately, oh, and let me ask you another question. The contract with the restaurant directly across the street for 6 p.m., is that for the total parking lot?
So in 2000, a use permit was approved, a resolution by the town council that allowed then Piatti's to increase the total number of seats on the condition that they acquire enough parking off-site, could be here, it could be at West America Bank, in order to satisfy the new parking requirement by the additional seats. Staff at the moment has not seen a current agreement between the property owners to officially lease these two spaces, and whenever a new restaurant would come in, assuming again that a new restaurant would come in, they would need to prove that they have a sufficient number of parking spaces for whatever number of seats they have, whether that's from their on-site parking or from a formal lease with this one or West America.
Thank you. Then with our focus on employee parking management plans and the fact that the discussion's been had that we would like to get the employees on the spot, would we run into issues as part of this to allow for this use permit to require 3 or 4 spaces marked specifically for Heron House?
That's within the preview of the council. The council could do that. One of the issues that you could potentially run into in there is that there may be some days when there is only 1 employee or only 2 employees. And there's also 2 days that they're not planning to be open for public retail hours. And so whatever signage that is put in there, staff would recommend that there be some kind of limits saying Heron House parking only from Thursday to Monday or from certain number of hours or whatever it is. And those details could be set within the employee parking management program that allows staff and the applicant to work throughout the life of their use permit to figure out the details as the nature of the business evolves.
Very good. Then I apologize, but I'm confused then about the overflow parking at Oak Circle Park would be for guests, not employees.
It would be for employees. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Very good. That's fine. That's understood. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Could you please give me a rundown on how many employees and what shifts they are running again? I mean,
Sure.
I've read it, and I can't seem to put my finger on it in here.
Yeah, so though the details of the specific hours of the shifts and how that would work out, I would doubt has been perfectly solidified prior to operating the business. But what has been proposed has been 1.5 employees, one full-time and one part-time employee, to manage the retail component that is, and they would be employees of Heron House. They manage the retail component and be authorized to serve the wines that Heron House and their partners do. The winery partners that would be separate from Stelzner or Bench would be bringing in their own employees, as this would be operating as a co-op space. And it's anticipated that there would be no more than 5 staffers in their busiest times. And so the condition is in the resolution that they provide a log at how many employees are staffing that in order to keep that in check, to make sure that it doesn't go to an incredibly different number than we're anticipating.
And is that in addition to the 1.5 for the retail for the Heron House?
It'd be 5 total. So the
5
1.5,
total.
it's 2 bodies, so I'll just say 2. I shouldn't have said 1.5.
Okay.
So 2 Heron House employees, and then up to 3 additional for wine tasting partners to come in, winery partners.
And are we anticipating putting signs up at Oak Circle Park?
No.
That designate them as Heron employee parking?
No. So the way the overflow parking works in this instance, as well as for other businesses, I'll use some in North Yountville as an example. Let's go with Jessup. They have a certain number of employees. They're directed to park in their parking lot. The occasion might be during a shift change, they come and their parking lot is full. Rather than having them impact the neighborhood by parking in front of a house, they're directed to overflow parking up at Yountville Community Park. There's no signs there, but they're supposed to hang their permit so we know that employees are parking there instead of in front of a neighbor's house. The same thing would be given here so as to not impact Oakleaf Court or those that live along Oak Circle. It'd be off-street, but no signage.
And at the times that they're going to be having 40 people shopping or having an event at the Heron House, those 40 people they're just going to park in the public right-of-way, in the public streets.
Right. So the programming events that they anticipate to be no more than 40 is based more on the occupancy of what this place could be. And so, of course, they're going to plan for maximum occupancy. And the maximum occupancy is determined based on how many can safely fit inside the building. No parking plans have been submitted for each of those. If the council wants to add a condition that special parking plans be put into place for any programming events that don't necessarily require a major special event permit, but still have some level of overseeing by the town, the council can do that. But as of now, no parking plan has been submitted for those programming.
All right, and did you say that the parking lot at the former Red and Piatti's is available to them to have their customers park until someone else is in there?
There's no formal lease that I've seen that. As of right now, it's striped, so if someone wants to park there, they can, but the town isn't saying that this is going towards meeting their minimum parking standard. Right now, it just happens to be a parking space that isn't used.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't notice in the resolution, it said that they would be able to have 5 major events per year.
Yes.
And is that in addition to the 6 per week that they would like to have, including 40 people?
Right. So in their narrative, when they talked about the 6 per week for 40 people, again, that was, or 6 per month, sorry, not per week.
6 per month.
Oh, excuse me, 6 per month.
That would, depending on the season, it differed on the season. They said 40, again, assuming what the maximum occupancy would be. The major special events is consistent with what the town council has already granted to the Kelaz collection, which is also located at this site. And those are for major special events that may be located using the courtyard space. That might be extending into the hours after 6 o'clock.
Those
That-
are the special events.
Those are the major special events that would require
That's
a permit.
5.
And that's 5 a year.
And then, but are we also approving 6 per month for up to 40 people?
Right now, that is incorporated in their narrative as their normal programming. There's no specific condition that limits how many normal programs they can have.
Thank
So
you.
that's a yes. Sure.
I got it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, also for the time that both you and Director Liston spent on the phone with me. Thank you very much. Continuing on with our parking theme, we know that they are expecting 5 employees on some occasions, correct? From their application.
Sure, yeah.
And we are only holding them to 4 spaces because we want to maximize use of the parking lot.
The square footage of the space using the minimum parking standards established in the municipal code is what determined the 4. Regarding how many employees they have is separate. None of that is currently managed or addressed even in the municipal code. The town goes about monitoring employees and where they park using the employee parking management program.
But we could, under the ordinance we recently passed, say they need to increase parking.
Yes.
So
town
it's
council
in the
has that
municipal
right.
code to that extent. It's just separate.
Correct.
Okay. So what is the parking requirement for like a gathering space or an event center?
So an event center such as a theater or an assembly hall, that parking requirement is at 1 for every 100 square feet, whereas a retail space is 1 for every 250 square feet. But that's meant for assembly halls, concert halls, theaters.
And so how do we, I guess this is kind of an overall question. I'll just ask it in an overall way. Who is the business or businesses that are going to go in here? We use both business and businesses in the resolution. Who's responsible for following any use permit we might put into effect tonight?
It would be Heron House, who is the applicant and the property owner.
So we would,
Business owner, not the property owner.
The property owner is responsible for, and Gary will be may be able to comment on that. Any use permit and the conditions set therein are the responsibility of the applicant and the property owner to make sure they're compliant because use permits run with the property.
so only Heron House. We would have no way to enforce against the winery partners or the makers.
If there is some condition where the winery partners are in violation, therefore Heron House would be in violation.
Okay. Did the applicant ask for the 5 after-hours special events?
Not specifically, no.
I looked at the KLAS resolution. It said deliveries, just a couple things I'm calling out. Deliveries from the back rather than off Washington and limited to 2-ounce pours. I don't think I saw either of them in this resolution. Is there a reason for that?
No specific reason. If those wanted to be included, we can add those.
And I also, we're using a lot of terms in our findings, special events, regular operations, major special events, and I'll get into this more of discussion with council, but did you as a staff, when you put this together, do you see a difference in a special event, a regular operation, a major special event?
Only in that major special events require that special event permit issued by the town, and Steve's going to
I think I can help clarify some of that. When an applicant comes to us, they often use a term as a special event, which is really a marketing event or an activity for them that's actually well within the permitted use and not what we consider a special permit. I'll use a Hurley's case, Game Week, or some of his special theme nights where he's really doing programming, driving. So, and I think I'm also going to say many of the questions that you're asking are actually better asked of the applicant. So I just want to say you all have some really good questions, but staff is really not in the position to explain what the applicant's intent is. We can explain to the detail that some of those have put out, but you have some great, but I would look at, when they're talking about having several of their, it's more like a reception event type thing within their opening hours than what we determine using our definition of special event. So I would look at it more as, but they use it as a term. So that's what staff was perhaps, we were trying to explain that if they're doing something to do outreach and marketing during their regular business hours, we don't consider that a special event.
So, thank you. On the art, one of their makers proposed is an artist. Are we saying that does not count toward their retail?
They are welcome to sell art, but under this condition, if they were to make art the only thing they sold, that would not be compliant with the retail diversity policy.
Well, would their art on the walls be part of the famous 25% if one of their partner makers is an artist?
No, there would need to be enough retail to occupy the whole space other than the art.
Okay. Now, back to the calculation of the retail space. So you're saying that staff looks at the entire 531 square feet of the retail, of the entry, and I'm going to call it the non-private tasting area, as retail.
Yes, because display cases, I'm
Right.
trying to get are
Yeah.
visible throughout there, and they're all part of the immersive retail experience the applicant uses it. That's why both are included in that calculation.
So,
And-
sorry,
So
go
I would
ahead.
say that there's very definitely a shared use. There will be wine tasting in that area, but it doesn't detract from the fact that the public is free to come in and mingle and look at all the goods that are displayed throughout the room, and you can see across the room. And it's that more immersive experience that they've described to us, that the walls will be covered, that information is readily available. And so even though there is this shared use, it doesn't detract from the square footage.
Thank you. And is there any limit, the applicant, and this may be for the applicant, but I think this piece of it's for us, is there a way for us to limit the number of partner employees or representatives that are on site at any one time? Because if they have a wine release party, it's my thinking they're going to have more than one person there attending that.
Yes, a condition could be in there that says the total number of individuals staffing the space, so not number of employees, but individual staffing, so it also covers winery partners, could not exceed 5 or 6 or whatever number the council deems appropriate.
And I noticed in the narrative, any food associated with events or tastings will be prepared off-site. Does the use permit that you've prepared for us tonight, does it allow food with the regular programming events?
No. I'd like to go into this discussion that we just recently had about special events. What is a special event? What is the daily use? The zoning ordinance regulates uses and defines them differently. Wine tasting room, wine bar, and for a wine tasting room, it says that you can do a 2-ounce pour, that food may be incidental, a wine and food pairing, if it's part of the approved permit, but that food isn't permitted to be made on site for that wine tasting use. And so when looking at special events, you look, what does the wine tasting room definition allow? Well, it's the 2-ounce pour. It's not food in the case of this business. It's within the 4 walls of the structure during the business hours. So it doesn't include events in the courtyard. It doesn't include music. It doesn't allow them to pour by the glass or bottle. It doesn't allow them to serve food. All those things would trigger a special event. And so those 5 events in the courtyard might allow them to do those things that are a little bit more. But even when they have one of the events to highlight one of the makers in the space, that's more programming, and it may call in more people to the space, but it doesn't rise it to the level of a special event.
So they could, at their holiday pop-up, they cannot, under the use permit as currently presented, they cannot have cookies and pour bubbles for free.
That's something that we haven't considered, the free pouring.
And again, I
Because
know
that's more
part
li-
of that's
that's
for the
more like a
applicant,
party,
but I'm
right? So we
asking
should find
you.
out more on that.
Okay.
It would limit anything more to those 5 events.
And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
I'm going to make you go back to a couple of things, even though Steve asked me to wait for the applicant. First, let me start with something specific. I think I heard you say, Nathan, that the no art gallery as a 25% retail diversity component is a staff suggestion. Is that what I heard correctly?
Correct.
So there has been no definitive statement saying it can't be calculated.
No, right now it's just a staff suggestion that's in the proposed resolution, but if that wants to be stricken, by all means.
Is it safe to say that we have other tasting businesses in town that have art that is calculated into their 25%?
Correct.
Okay. You just talked about food. I get the no on-site food prep. That sounds very familiar. But aren't they required to have some level of food through their license?
Through ABC?
Yes, through ABC. Because I think I just heard no food at all. That's not what I heard. Or that's not what we're talking about. Then I believe, and we'll hear it more, there needs to be something there. Or am I wrong about that?
I don't think so, but we'll ask the applicant.
Okay.
I don't think food is a requirement of the ABC for wine tasting.
Well, I don't mean for the applicant to have to represent ABC.
Mayor, I'm not familiar with that requirement when you start getting into the pour, a larger pour, but using the 2-ounce educational tasting pour, there is not an ABC requirement for
Okay.
food that I'm aware of.
But right now, we're saying that no on-site food prep would be allowed for any daily operation.
Yeah, they do not have a kitchen, and they're not permitted to have a kitchen to do on-site food prep.
Okay. I don't want to revisit the parking thing quite yet because we might be hearing from the applicant to get some explanations. But the special event versus daily operation thing's still not clear. And I'm hoping to get more clarity before we ask the applicant. Again, I think part of it, the vice mayor identified as some of the terms that might be confusing, but so we have a business that may be open from 11 to 6 p.m. with unlimited people coming in and tasting a variety of wines. Are we saying that on some of those days they're open, there could be, in addition, a party, I'll call it a party, an event that has 40 more people? Is that what you're saying? Or does it replace the ability to be open to the public?
That's probably a question better for the applicant to see exactly how they intend to have these programmings. It could be similar to when a chef does a book signing in front of his retail store elsewhere. It's not a special event with amplified sound or anything, but it's something they use as, like the town manager said, for marketing to drive people to come into the shop, but it's still within the parameters of the use permit. That's what some of these, like the maker event or the whatever pop-up events may occur. It may be something along those cases. If it's beyond that, where there's amplified sound or anything like that, that's when a permit would be needed.
And you're hearing a theme. It gets to the parking impacts of that. If it's cumulative, you now have employees beyond the daily operation count. You have more people in there. I realize that the fire marshal limits the total occupancy. I believe it's based on how many can escape the space safely, which would potentially be more than what we think we're talking about for a daily operation in this space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's likely to think that more people would come and attend for a calendared event than the normal just pop-in hours. I think it's safe to assume that there would be greater traffic on those days.
I know that we have it elsewhere in town where you can have your daily operation going on and then you have a special event in addition to that. And so I just want to make sure that we're being consistent with how we're applying, whether it's parking management plan for that experience or not. So I'll get off of the parking thing for the moment. But I do think we need clarification if the resolution isn't specific enough, which I don't think it is right now, on the definitions. Okay. So we have major, as the vice mayor called out, I'm looking just very quickly. Major special events that I think would require a special event permit,
Yeah,
totally separate from the 40 people during
correct.
Larcan launch party. Just
Correct.
trying to make sure that he's still awake over there. But we have other terms in here. I want to make sure everyone's clear on what daily operation and events within those hours mean, what triggers a special event for a separate permit, which also requires a parking plan for that
Yes.
event, that type of thing. We all know that parking lot is very tight and it's striped for minis only. And so we have to be careful if we're over committing spaces there. And then even with the Oak Circle parking spaces, we also know that when the business across the street reopens, whatever that is, that we run out of parking spaces fairly quickly. If I'm reading this correctly in the resolution regarding the log you referenced, that would only be for the first 6 months, as it reads here,
As it
not
reads here.
ongoing.
Correct.
Just so they can show in good faith that they can handle the amount of employees as they stated they would with Widening Partners, and that once we get about 6 months worth, you feel like, okay, we're in agreement, you can run your business this way.
Correct.
Correct, okay. I think that's it for now. So I'm referencing in the conditions of approval, number 9 that calls out the 5 major special events, number 11 that also calls major special events. I think those are the same events, talking about the number of people and the hours of operation. I'm not sure why they're separate because it makes it look like they're 2 different things. And then the up to 40 people, however many times a month, that doesn't trigger special events. So if we can find a different term for those 40 people maximum activities that fall within the daily hours of operation, or just stop referencing them altogether.
I'm actually going to say, the applicant was very honest in their information, and that is why staff is trying to use the term, well, we don't see what they called out as a special event as a special event. We see it more as marketing, programming, what would be normal within their operating hours.
Okay, so what I'm going to recommend, not yet, because we're going to hear from the applicant and the public, that we revisit some of these conditions that may not be applicable. I'll just leave it generally that way, because it's almost causing, kind of providing a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. So I'll stop there. I'll go ahead and formally open the public hearing. As I invite the applicant to come forward, I do want to acknowledge 2 emails, 1 e-comment from Holly Hansen and a email from the property owner, Joe Rossi, that are in the packets and in the record. So then I'll invite our applicant to come forward and clarify everything we just talked about for 40 minutes.
Cool. I know. Perfect. Hi, I'm Allison Stelzner. Am I walking all the way through? Okay. It's up to you, whatever you like. Okay. Have you guys all read it?
Please, however you'd like to present, you can assume that we've all read everything.
I'm not gonna. I will spare you going through the entire PowerPoint presentation, just because we've all been here a while. So.
Well, this is still early for us.
But my name's Allison Stelzner. My family's been here in the Valley since, how long has it been, Dad? The 50s? 58. We'll round it, 60. Anyways, so we have this exciting proposal called the Heron House. And kind of the question always is why? Why another tasting? Or I know that seems to be a lot of people's minds. But we think this is something really different. It's a co-op tasting space and it has a very strong retail point of view. And we, after talking with Nathan and at the town, we took the retail component very seriously. And we feel that we're offering things that are not here in town. And we feel like we're offering a space for people to tell stories and to meet makers of local products here in the Valley that we all really love. And we all, being people who live here, want to continue to tell those stories and share that. So I know the winery partner language can be a little confusing. A lot of the winery partners, quote unquote, would be small brands that maybe make 200 cases of wine. They're owner operated. They don't have a full-time salesperson, but they have no legal space to share their wines. And so we would be that conduit to give them a legal space to taste and share their wines, drive their direct-to-consumer business. And how we would do that is through creative marketing programs that we would hope would appeal to locals and to visitors alike. We anticipate a lot of those 40-person marketing events to actually be a lot of foot traffic, and we plan on working closely with the Yountville Sun and also with our local concierges to drive foot traffic to that space. We're not right on the main street, and we think we want to put together programming that's compelling, that'll let you meet real people who are working in the vineyards, whether it's Jim Barber, a viticulturist who does our farming, come and sit and talk and tell you about what's going on during the season, let's say during this time of year. Maybe it's pruning or maybe it's harvest. And we think that those kind of local focused talks, let's say on Friday from 4 to 6 or on Sundays from 2 to 4, we think those are unique and different and will allow people to have this immersive experience. That's why we want a couch, so everyone can sit down, relax, enjoy, and really shop, and not kind of a high pressure or high pressure retail environment. So it's a little bit different. We're really rethinking people's experience. We want to be very soft touch. We want to be storytellers, and we think that's the best way to kind of bring our wines and our story that we all know, and that's why we all live here in Napa, to people. So I can walk you through this, or I can take questions.
Well, let's go to the questions, and then if we have to reference any of the PowerPoint, we can do that.
Great, perfect.
Questions from the council? Any? Councilor Dornbecker?
Yes, so thank you, Allison, for coming and talking with us.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm just concerned that the spaces for 40 people on an average day to come and taste and be there, where are they going to park?
Right. 40 is a guess that we made. We haven't determined that that's the cap. I would say I'm not quite sure. There's lots of parking in that space. I feel like that lot's open a lot during the day. I also feel like we're aiming this towards a lot of foot traffic. We're really targeting this towards people who live in town, but also people who are staying in town. And so we're giving them a place to go and have kind of an immersive retail experience.
And
I mean, the council's concern's always been about employee parking, right? Not about necessarily guest parking. So to me, we've met that condition of employee parking. I live locally, my parents live locally, so we do have some people who actually live locally. I live 2 blocks away. I will walk. And in terms of the staffing, for those types of events, we plan on doing some sort of ticketing or RSVPing. We can make caps on those events. Maybe the number that's better is 25. I don't know until we get all the stuff in the space what's really going to work.
Allison, I just listening to a couple of conversations, and I don't want to guide it by any stretch of the imagination, but when you talk about 40, I don't necessarily sense from what I'm hearing now that you're talking
at one time.
40 at one time.
No.
You're talking about 40 during the duration of the day. So I just wanted to clarify.
And I think the pop-up events would be events that we actually think will serve locals in a really nice way. One that we're working on right now is we're working with Olive and Poppy, which is a local company that does reclaimed barrel wood. They do cufflinks and like tie clips. We're thinking the weekend before Father's Day, we would offer a immersive retail experience where we'd say, hey, today we're going to do complimentary gift wrapping. Come get your Father's Day gift. We want to give people a reason to come into the store and shop locally. And so those types of events probably maybe are in that marketing description that I talked about. But those are aimed at, we're going to have a day focused on you being able to come locally, get a gift at a reasonable price point, and walk back to your house with it. And so I think that we took Nathan's feedback very seriously about how to really try to think about the community. I live here in town, so we actually walked and we did a lot of shopping around town. We went to a lot of the tasting rooms downtown, and we tried to figure out what they weren't doing that we could do, and this is how this idea was kind of born. I would say there are more focuses or themes that we can go and talk to, let's say, local concierges about and say, hey, if your guests are looking for something interesting, we're going to have Jim Barber here for the next 2 hours, and he's going to answer questions about viticulture.
And are you seriously thinking that you would only have 5 partners, or 5 in the co-op, 5 winemakers in the co-op with their assistants or,
So how it works,
employees?
most of them is they don't have employees, and that's really why we came up with this co-op idea. The other part was that if you look back at the drawing, you're gonna make me find this, okay? It's like whatever, Nathan. All right, I thought we were friends. If we look at the drawing, and maybe you want to get your pen out. Well, actually, this is actually even a better rendering. This is great. This gives you a feel. I know it's a little hard to see on a drawing. This gives you a feel. So when you walk in this space, the two doors to the back, you can see those kind of black doors. Those are kind of more that can be private spaces. When they are not being in use, the doors are open and there actually will be art for sale on the walls. I love local artists. My dad actually has a master's in fine arts. We think the arts are great, as the town does. So we feel that's really important to put art in there, and we think people love going through those spaces. But the idea is that these local kind of small operators, they don't have employees. And so if they want to come and personally host a tasting in one of our private spaces, they can go in and they can shut the door, and they have access to this private space. It's a way to bring their goods to market they could never afford on their own. There's no way. We all know what rent costs and things like that. So if we have, let's say, 2 gallery spaces, that's 1 employee in each side. The third gallery space or wine lounge space, that's 3 employees. The most we'd ever have on top of that would be our own 2 Herrenhaus staff manning the retail space. So I really don't think we would have that. And we'll have a master calendar. We'll have a manager, Elizabeth, she's actually here today. My whole staff came with us. We'll have a manager who's going to really manage that flow of the space. I have a feeling that most of these winery partners are looking at this as a space that they use 7-8 times a month. So the idea is to have a diverse group of partners so that we aren't overloading the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a little weird because it's like, it actually hasn't been done. There are not a lot of co-op spaces. So I understand, like, how does that even work? The idea is not to, we're not pushing wine first. The idea of the space is not to be pushing. We're a soft sell space. We will have an option to do a walk-in tasting, but that's not what we're leading with. We're leading with the retail and the kind of wine country point of view lifestyle. That's really what we're leading with. And we want people to discover the wines and kind of have this really immersive, fun experience.
Councilor Durham, any questions? No. Councilor Roller, questions? No. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And that was a beautiful presentation you gave us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, not to steal Councilmember Moeller's thunder, but I too was interested in the furniture. It says that you are trying to pin down a furniture maker partner.
Yes.
Have you had success, or can
I
you
gotta
talk
get
about
my
that?
use permit first. No, I'm meeting with Richard Von Saul tomorrow. That's one of the designers we're talking to. My family spent time in South America for the last 20 years, so a lot of the design elements, the cowhides on the floor, will actually be available. So I might ask for the pelt and the ladder.
You
if
may
that's
need the
okay.
ladder.
We need pelts in town. I'm sorry. I've actually contacted Longmeadow Ranch to see if we could work something with their local stuff. Again, we really want to be locally minded. So, working with artists is fun. We know how that works. It's a little slower process. But no, we definitely are going to try to make this, something that really is, it's a dream. It's dreamed up by us and by locals, and really, it's not going to be, I think of, some of other things that are in town. We're not faking it. We really are. The retail is really important to us, and I know that that's a concern about tasting rooms taking the retail seriously. We actually think the retail could be much more powerful and popular, and that the wine just kind of sells itself through that.
So the same on your jams and jellies, it says they're currently in production. So, and I guess my overall question is, it looks like you have a really fun product mix, but some are not pinned down yet.
So
and I know
Travis-
it's chicken and egg, but am I to assume that you have a plan B if one product line falls through, you have more in
So
your
my old
hopper?
roommate from Chico State, I don't know if you guys know, I went to Chico State. He is the executive chef at Stag's Wine Cellars, and he is actually in product development right now for us. We'll be making them at Spork. It's a local kitchen. I don't know if you guys know, my dad's like a farmer. He loves farming. We love farming. So it's like you look at your lemon tree and you're like, what do we do with all these lemons? We're going to preserve them for you. We actually grow oranges in the Central Valley, so we'll do Cara Cara jam off of our ranch, blood orange orange marmalade off our ranches. We'll do like honeybees, like orange blossom honey, and then we'll do kind of spices and things. Yes, so everything's in production, but we do have a plan, and we're planning on going through with it.
And then on the, I know we've given a lot of names, but I'm going to call it the 40-person party.
Yes.
Tip to the mayor.
Yes.
Tip of the hat to the mayor. You have been mentioning 2-hour increments. Is that how you see it unfolding? Now, not necessarily your pop-up shopping.
Pop-up
but when
shopping,
you
I
do
think,
a
will
Meet the
be
Maker.
events that are day long or weekend long, maybe a weekend or two before a holiday. The 40-person events, here's what I envision. I think that the feedback that we got, and I try to think of what are people not doing to bring people in tasting rooms here, and what do quote unquote locals want, right? So we have a great network of family and friends who are in the wine industry, who are leaders in the industry here, and we want a way to bring them to the table and have them be able to speak. It could be 20 minutes of talking and then come and taste something. We might make it could be the person who makes the pottery. I don't know if you know Kelly from Pope Valley Pottery. I would like him to come down. Maybe he wants to throw a pot in front of us. Those details we're kind of fleshing out, but again, we wanted to do something that we think, we want you to come back every weekend. We want you to come back to this tasting room every time you come to Yountville. I'm not trying to sign you up for a wine club and send you out the door and never talk to you again. We want to be kind of this innovative leader and really connect local makers to people who are visiting and or locals alike.
So how will your release events work? How do you see that working?
So the release events is something that we haven't really focused on a lot. I think if we were to have a release event, a larger release event, most of the winery partners we work with actually own their own vineyards, and I anticipate most of them doing them at their own properties. We're really a legal tasting space that they can come and promote that they can actually do tastings and hold their tastings there. And it's going to be a beautifully designed space, a space that makes you want to sit and makes you love Cabernet, and a space that makes you want to touch every object inside of it. In terms of the special events, or the 5 larger special events, I think we'll work through that and see where we want to go. I don't envision us like partying in the courtyard a whole lot, to be honest with you, but we'll see.
And so you feel that for your purposes, because you take walk-ins and appointments, and you're going to have your retail space, you feel that for your purposes, one full-time and one part-time employee can handle that?
It may be a mix. It's going to be 2 employees, maybe a mix of 1 or 2 part-time employees. But in terms of, we'll have 1 full-time employee managing the space with a backup part-time employee. So if Elizabeth's there and in a tasting, we have to have somebody in the tasting space.
Right, I think that's
In
what
the
I'm
retail
getting at.
space.
If you're using both galleries and you're tasting what I perceive to be a tasting bar out front, it seems you would need more than 1 full-time and 1 part-time employee.
So those employees are provided by our winery partners.
Okay.
Our winery partners have their own employees. That's the beauty of this co-op. We actually feel that having these winery partners will have less of an impact, because we're not trying to staff it for all of their tasting necessarily either. These are owner-operated tastings.
So your
co-op
winery partners might say, I'm going to do tastings on Thursday, and walk-ins are welcome?
We'll handle all the winery partner wines by coordinating flights, and those flights will be conducted by the Heron House staff.
And will they be available all the time?
Yes.
So at any time, I'll be able to walk in and taste from 5 wineries?
No, not 5 wineries. It would be a walk-in tasting flight. We'd curate the flight. It'd probably be like 2 or 3 wines you'd be able to taste.
Okay. And how about during your 40-person party events, do you anticipate giving pours at no charge, or serving food? I mean, if somebody comes for one of your 2-hour, come meet the...
There'll be ticketed events. They'll cost something. I don't anticipate free-flowing wine. There's not free-flowing wine.
But you will pour if somebody pays $15 to come.
It won't be a pay by pour. It'd be a pay for the event.
Right. So if somebody pays $15 or $25 to come to the event,
we plan on giving a portion of that back to Yountville Elementary, and it wouldn't be free pouring. It'd be probably a taste.
And would you want to bring in food from off-site?
We possibly would. We're not going to necessarily assemble or prepare food on site. It would be possibly assembled on site. And that's something that goes on at Silver Trident. I mean, that's the language which I understood is totally able for us to do. I don't think most of the events will include food. We're really going to be focusing on the maker and possibly a wine. the food kind of, to me, can distract from that a little bit. But, you know, obviously, we might have that option. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you want this condition in here about 5 major events?
I think we'd like to keep it. I don't know if we'll do 5 major events a year. That seems like a lot.
Up to.
I'm tired
But-
already
but,
thinking
yeah.
about that, John. But yes, well, let's keep it. Why not?
If you're still here at 10 o'clock when we're still here, then we'll have another conversation about tire.
Okay.
By the way, I thought for sure you would have some biochar in this presentation. Thought for sure.
John, that is one of our pop-up events. We will have a
Okay.
talk about biochar.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So I'm just trying to make sure that, okay, you say you want the 5 special events in here. That's going to come back to us if we're going to discuss the detail. When we discuss the details here, we have, I think, item 9, item 11, maybe item 12 that need some consolidation into that. Nathan, if you heard that, I think 9, 11, and 12 can be related specifically to the non-regular daily operational special events of more people, more hours, etc., more impact.
Both 9, 10, 11, and 12, anytime it says special event, we can just throw major in front of it.
Whatever.
And then that works in tandem with number 9. That gives the definition of what a major special event is.
Right. So let me just get back to asking you,
Yeah.
would you categorize your tastings as something similar to what Masonry used to do?
No.
So maybe I should clarify it. They had offsite, a couple dozen proprietors that were really rarely on site.
Yeah. So they didn't run it right. ABC wise.
Before you answer, maybe you're going to like where I'm headed
Yeah.
or not. I think there might be a concern that's unwarranted that this is like 5 tasting rooms in one with one space, and that all of your brand owners are going to be there constantly tasting. So I'm trying to get some clarity on, you have multiple brands that you will navigate and manage within your
Yeah.
parent experience,
Yeah.
occasionally with a proprietor that comes and does an extensive, but still during the regular hours of operation, experience that highlights their particular brand.
Yeah, so a lot of our winery partners are actually going to allocate a certain number of cases of wine to us. They're going to say, I've got 25 cases of wine for you to sell throughout the course of the year. So we might sell that certain winery partner's wine, let's say in April, May, and June.
Right.
And,
so what?
and if they have clients of theirs that would like to come taste in the space, they can use that space legally to taste with their clients.
Okay, so that leads me to my next point that I was going to bring up, that it gets back to the parking impact. If it's very occasional that an outside proprietor is on site, that has very little parking impact. Not
Yeah.
daily parking impact. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish my thought, because you might change your answer.
Okay.
If they are coming in on a regular basis, like the vice mayor is saying, every Thursday, Mr. Larkin is in there with his wine, that starts to have a more regular parking impact. So I think we're trying to regulate or understand your intention of how often will the non-Heron employees be there taking up parking spaces in the Wells Fargo, I'll call it the Piazza Quercia parking lot, and the Oak Circle Park parking spaces. If it's occasional, that's a different impact than regular.
I'll be as truthful as I can. I'm not totally 100% sure because we don't know the flow of business from all these partners yet. What I can tell you is that most of these partners are small. They're owner operated. And I anticipate the busiest impact will be on Saturdays. That's the most requested day for tasting. I would think that's the day that we would have the most impact in the parking lots. And we chose Thursday through Monday because those are the days that we tend to get most tasting requests. We would love if the business flow worked, that we could open full retail that Tuesday and Wednesday also. We just wanted to be kind of more cautious as we're going into this and try to understand the traffic flow. Elizabeth's job is going to be to drive traffic in terms of driving bodies to the space, but we really plan on working with our local hotels and try to really keep this kind of pedestrian walking in the door feel. Most of these brands are looking to build their direct-to-consumer lists, and so they're wanting these new customers. And so we feel that Yountville is a great place to talk to customers because of the amount of hotel guests we have here in town. Every brand is different, is my honest answer, right? So Jim Barber and his brand, you know, he's going to give us 50 cases of wine or 25 cases of wine to sell. The impact's going to be very low. Some brands may be a little bit higher impact or more consistent. But I rarely would think that, like on a Thursday, we'd have all 3 tasting rooms booked all day, every day. I don't see that happening. That's where we have our 2 Heron House employees, let's say Elizabeth as the manager and possibly a part-time person in the afternoon, willing to do these walk-in kind of tastings to provide that service, or booking a tasting for later on in their stay, or a pre-planned tasting of some sort. So do I think there are going to be 5 employees there Monday or Thursday through Monday every day, all day? No, I do not. Not at all. And so, again, a lot of this is a little bit, you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? A lot of these, you know, brands don't have a legal tasting space. So, you know, they're looking at the value of that, but they don't necessarily have the time or the consistency, and they're small. They're 200 cases. You know, we're not selling 8,000 cases of wine out of this space. That's not the goal. These are all real small production wines. So we actually feel like the retail is a really important component of this in order to kind of help the space pay for itself. Because that's why we focused a lot on the retail.
And to that point, last question, just we'll do this lightning round right here.
Yeah.
Storage on site. You talk about your amount of cases being allocated, and I'm just looking at that, the rendering of the space, the floor plan, yeah. And this pertains to how often do we anticipate deliveries being necessary, somebody parking, you know, blocking the park, because we know they're not going to use a parking space. They're going to park as close to the shop as possible and unload. And so you have some storage in here. It looks like very limited, unless it's not on this.
Yeah, so this, if you look in the wine cellar tasting lounge, the whole back wall there, it's like 14 or like 9.5, 14 feet. Right down there, Nate, on the bottom, right there. That's actually all like table height. They're actually like wine lockers. You know, with ABC, we had to really think of storage. And then in the kitchen space there, and it's not really a kitchen, I should say. It's a dishwasher, but feels kind of like a kitchen. We have a lot of built-in storage there. The other thing is we actually retain our offices in North Napa. So we actually have a separate office, Stelzner Bench, and we run our other companies out of there. And Elizabeth will work out of that office as well as manage the space. So we anticipate a lot of the major inventory stored being there and then brought by employee to the space.
In
and
small
replenished.
vehicles.
In small vehicles. We're not getting big delivery trucks like rolling up with, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Now, if anyone else from the public would like to comment or ask questions, now would be the time. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. No, you don't, Billy, you don't have to. I saw you getting restless. Okay. But this will be the last chance because I'm going to close the public hearing. So, okay, Billy. There you go. Hold on. You know you can't start until you're up at the microphone.
My name is Billy Hewitt, 9 Landy Way, Yountville. Thank you for the oversaturation question. I need to get a perspective, or I'd like to get a perspective. There's Wells Fargo, and then across the breezeway is Wine Connection, is that right? Which will share a common wall with Heron House, is that correct? And then across the breezeway from there is K-Laz, and then from Wine Connection, it's Protea and Summerston. Is that correct?
The Chamber of Commerce. You missed the Chamber of Commerce.
I'm sorry, what?
You missed the Chamber of Commerce office.
Well, I know, but that's separate. They're not a wine tasting room. I'm just saying that that's a lot of saturation in that one corner, it seems to me, as a local, having lost a local serving business that moved out of there. And I went to some of those meetings, and it seemed to me that in the general plan going forward that they asked that the public said no wine no restaurants. I mean, that's what I got from it. But you said that that was not the final word. So from the general plan, the tag workshops. So there was just a lot of local feeling that we had enough wine tasting rooms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do recall there was a discussion of the specific parcel that was across from Vintage House. There was a discussion about whether there should be no restaurant use or wine-related use there. That was a very specific dialogue. I don't know that there was any confirmation of nowhere in town should there be any more restaurants or wine tasting or wine experiences. Is that an accurate recollection?
There were, as part of surveys and workshops, one of the questions.
It was brought up and discussed, yes.
Exactly, but when it comes to specific policies, no.
It was more general, taking the pulse, right, than
Yeah,
real specific.
Okay. Any other comments from anybody? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the hearing and continue the conversation with council. Anyone like to start this time without me having to pick someone? Yes, Councilmember Durham. First time, this is, I think this is a record. I'm going to just get used to going to you first now.
I did go to the new members.
That's
so
right. Good point.
I learned a lot over those 3 days in Sacramento. So let's start. Let's take a couple steps back because I'm going to make a comment here. I'm going to make several comments. First of all, we referred to those online surveys and all those discussions during Envision Yountville. And I think it's unfortunate that, once again, those are online surveys and the majority of probably those people who have participated haven't been here this evening to hear this presentation or to see exactly what the dynamics of this are. It's unfortunate in terms of the online comment that we got, in my opinion, because it states, which Billy also stated, replacing a local serving business, hair salon, with a visitor serving business, tasting room, continues the process of eroding the value of service to the residents. I never went to Miss Dixie's. I don't need to go anywhere. But I never went to Miss Dixie's. So was it local serving to me? You know, so what is local serving business? And I'm going to come back to Yountville Municipal Code 17-52-4040, stating number 3, the proposed use provides benefit to the residents. It was a benefit to the person who wrote the online comment. It wasn't a benefit to me. So does that make it local serving? What is local serving? We have beaten this horse to death, and we will continue to at the rest of the meetings and on the online surveys we do. And I will continue to make the point that what is local serving to you might not be local serving to me. And I want to be absolutely clear. What would benefit me as a resident is to put an Amazon locker in this location so my boxes could be delivered there instead of my front porch. That's a benefit to the residents for me. So where do we draw the line? Who makes the determination and who makes that definition? This is very frustrating because we have this conversation, and as a result, it turns out to be a 2.5 to 3 hour agenda item because of that. So, with that being said, we talk about it providing benefit to the resident. And the reason I think it would be so great for the people in the community who are so concerned about wine tasting rooms and about the erosion of value of services to the residents is to hear a resident who lives here and who is invested in this community wanting to do the right thing. So they live here. They want to have a business here. Doesn't that benefit them as a resident? And how are they paying back to this community as well? We need to take that into consideration. We all very easily get online anonymously and type in our 24, line comments because we have our experience. But let's be honest, at the end of the day, we need to see the Yountville community experience as well. So I have a list here. Hold on, sorry. I want to be clear too, the whispering. Miss Dixie moved. It wasn't her being kicked out. She moved. She knew what was going on. She saw the process. She had a lease process, and she's supposedly, from what I hear, she's doing well in Napa from all the people I hear in Yountville who are going to her. So it appears to me it's a benefit to that business that she had an opportunity to be in Napa as well. I want to talk about, we talk about retail diversity a lot. It is proposed, a lot of it, but this applicant, in my opinion, from every retail space I've seen with the winery in town, has made an effort above and beyond what anybody else has done to really respect that 25%. Also about the parking, I want to make a comment that most of the time when we're talking about parking for businesses, we're talking about employee parking management plan. We're not talking about the guests coming to the business. So when we talk about RH, which we did for 3 years, we talked about how we were going to do their employee parking, not where their guests were going to park. So at the end of the day, if the artist at V Marketplace, that frog art guy comes in, I mean, do we count that above and beyond because they have extra guests coming in to see the frog artist during the regular business? I don't think we do, but we're making sure that their employees park in the right place, and that's what I think we should do. And to that, I would really like the town to consider adding a couple more spaces for employees if we indeed on the employee parking management plan want employees to use the parking lots so guests have access everywhere else, then I think it would behoove us to consider at least 1 or 2 more spots within Piazza Chiesa for Heron House. Based on the findings, based on the fact that we have chosen not to set caps on businesses in this town, whether it be a hair salon, a wine tasting room, or a restaurant, based on that fact and all of these findings in here, except for the fact that I would still like us to highly consider removing the proposed use provides benefits to residents in the future, have that be part of our general plan discussion moving forward. I see no reason that this business cannot go in with the use permit that we've discussed this evening.
Thank you. And if I could just clarify, Nathan, looking through the conditions of approval and the use permit, there is no reference to the, I'm going to call it an open house concept of up to 40 people. Is that correct? You've only listed the 5 major special events that, as we talked about, would operate above and beyond and outside the parameters of the daily operations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Dornbecker?
Well, you know, I'm surprised at myself because I was feeling like maybe we have exceeded the limit. But listening to all of the aspects of this and thinking about people I know who love walking in this town, the thing that has bothered me the most about Washington Street and the shopping area is that I've always felt like there's not much there. And there aren't very many places to go ahead and walk into here and walk into there and walk into the other one. And I am impressed with the retail that you are planning. I love the idea of the jams and the, you know, homemade things and the makers, as you put them, with the eyeglasses made of barrel wood and things like that. I think those are all unique and fun things, and I think that that adds to the experience of not only our visitors, but to the locals. That location is on the corner of my block, and I know I never walked into Miss Dixie's. I didn't use her services either, and I'm sorry that that location wasn't working out for her. And again, I'm concerned about all of our businesses because the market will tell. And I'm afraid of some fall off in, we haven't recovered from the fires of 2017 yet. Even the Visit Napa Valley has had numbers about the visitors to the Napa Valley have fallen off. So anyway, I think that having locals own a local business in the town they live in is a wonderful thing. So I'm inclined to change my mind.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moeller?
Thank you. I am going to start by telling you that I am going to recommend we approve this, so you can all go to sleep or leave the room or whatever. I struggle with this a lot, and I have been kind of a full circle on the whole thing. Also, I wanted to mention, I think you had the best Pinotage, and that's so hard to find, and it's all gone. But anyway, that's just my own editorial comment. If you get any, give me a call. So I was all over the map because, yes, I did go to all the conversations at our general plan. I know the perception that is we just have tasting rooms. We had enough. I even sat down. I counted up all those little businesses Billy just referred to. There were 9 of them. Then if we approve this, there's 4. So that's 44.4%. I got that number out, and I thought, okay, that's a high number. Then I thought, well, no, maybe so we're 50. So, there is no way to really make a decision that you can really support that we have an oversaturation of use. And so I decided that really wasn't going to work. I then tried to really understand, is our other retail diversity really working? In some of the places it is, and some it absolutely isn't. I went back and called Sandra and said, okay, I can't find the policy. Let's take a look at this. I would like for us to consider as a council later to really, now that we've got a lot of the retail diversity, go back and let's look at this policy sometime when we've got nothing to do on our calendar. I think it'd be really interesting for all of us, with now that it's been in place for a while and we have a lot of different things, to take a look at it and see maybe we need to modernize it a little bit. And I thought your presentation was interesting. I thought I really kind of understood what it was going to be, and now I'm kind of more excited because I don't really understand what it's going to be. And I think that's good. Yeah. So I'm still fine with it. So I think that you've convinced me you're going to do something really creative with that space, and it isn't just going to be a bunch of wine tasting, and I'm anxious to see what you do. And if we've all made a mistake, we got 6 months from now, and we can all come back and have a chat about it. So there you have it. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I really like this concept. I mean, I really like the concept of a co-op, we've talked about doing incubators here, and I realize it's an incubator for some wine businesses, but I also think it's an incubator for some retail that the town could use. And I like the merchandise mix. I, too, I know no one wants to hear that their council has been going in circles, but I, too, have been going in circles. So looking at it as a whole, I think it will benefit our residents. I think the price points and some of the merchandise mix, I think the opportunity to try wines that we wouldn't otherwise get to try. I mean, I agree with my fellow council members that when we revisit our ordinances, we need to look at benefit. We need to look at oversaturation. We need to look at some of the language we use. But I think this project, I think it ticks the boxes. My biggest concerns are the parking. I am happy to hear that, in a way, I'm happy to hear it's limited to sort of 2 hours, come, meet the maker, go home. But on the other hand, if it were over 7 hours, the time the business is open, parking impacts would be dissipated. I kind of like Mr. Steele's idea that if you're going to have something over 25 people during your regular business hours, maybe you do come and get some sort of a parking workout for that kind of an event. So I could certainly live with that, because somehow 25 just sounds so much less than 40 when you're talking about people coming in. I think from our point of view, we've talked about sort of the need to tighten up the language on major special events. I think we've worked through that. The retail space, I came in here prepared to disagree, and I still disagree with the theory that it is an immersive space, and so we should count 531 square feet toward retail. But I do think if you add up all of the wall space, I got 180 square feet. If you put your furniture in there, and if we count the art, which I am inclined to do because that still is a retail piece, I think we'll come up with 250, which is our 25% number. So I feel pretty good about how we might calculate that. So my only changes to the resolution would be to do like we did for KLAS and say tasting pour. And I would say no. I don't know how to handle the if you buy a ticket to an event, we possibly will pour free wine. I mean, maybe that doesn't need to be addressed. Maybe it does. I don't know. I would rely on council members and staff to tell me that. On the records or the log, I would prefer having some sort of employee records, which we have required in the past, but I also recognize that a one-person winery or a two-person winery probably isn't going to have that. And having heard from the applicant, I have good confidence that that would be properly reported. I would also like to have a log, though, of the open house kinds of events that you do, just for us to know about that. And I would like to have it for 1 year, a full season, so we get the 4 a month and we get the 6 a month, and we can kind of see how that shakes out. And other than that, I am excited for the possibilities of this.
Thank you. I'm going to start off with wanting to change condition of approval 4 that references art not being included in 25%. Why not? It's art, and it can be offered for sale. It's a retail experience. So I don't support the prohibition of that in the calculation. I think, as the Vice Mayor is just identifying, there's enough square footage that's committed to retail that you're going to be covered. I'm quite proud of our 25% required secondary retail, because we're not only seeing it pay off benefits for us, but we have other jurisdictions asking, gee, what's that language? You know, they really want to see creating, I'm not going to use exactly the words you've been throwing around, but a more kind of complete lifestyle experience, winery emphasis, but your local owners, long time here, but principally local. And I think Councilmember Durham almost verbatim said exactly the messaging that I wanted to share with his comments. But what more can we ask for than local residents wanting to open a local business with other local vendors, some of whom have lived here for 15, 20 years, and provide an opportunity. When I moved here in 1998, the talk was about antique shops. Too many antique shops, too many art galleries. And now we have one antique shop, maybe, that's really Hill family, that has some furniture. And I'm sure there's a little bit more than that. But my point, and I think we did a very good job, not through the general plan process as well as our strategic goal setting, is identifying that sometimes being more general is better, and not prohibiting things, but encouraging people's creativity. You're bringing in a variety of artisans that don't exist elsewhere, both wine artisans and craft artisans, that create a very unique experience. And I don't know that this isn't going to attract people that live here full time from all over the town and all over the valley. And again, and as Councilmember Durham so eloquently put it, we have our own definitions of what is a benefit to us from one business to the next. I can absolutely see this being a benefit. I will, so getting back to the actual resolution, I would eliminate item 4 because I don't think that, I don't support the idea of prohibiting art as a calculation.
Mayor, can we just say you want to strike the last sentence, not all of number 4?
Sure. That's fine. I think item 6, if I heard the Vice Mayor asking for a 12-month on the log, or was it 12 months on something else?
12 months on the log and for employees, whether of Heron House or the winery reps, and also of the programmed events.
I would agree because I'm kind of looking at the winery partners as part-time employees. They might have a couple hours a week, but still, we want to get a sense of how much impact there is. It is a fairly small overall property, and so each person, I know that there'll be at least one large, tired bicycle that's there with Mr. Larkin, most likely, if he's not being dragged in a red wagon. Then I would just tighten up the major special events, and actually, Nathan, as I read through these, if you need these called out one after the other, that's fine. The fact that we're talking about special events up to 50 people, they'll need a parking plan for those events, correct? So that makes sense. And I think we eliminate talking any more about up to 40 people for an open house or whatever we're going to call it, because that's really, we see that already in some other businesses in town where there is a winemaker that comes in, and while the retail operation is running, the winemaker's in a side room, people are going in, special guests having that experience. And I don't think we're having any negative consequences from allowing that to happen. It actually creates a more vibrant retail space, and then people are in there, oh, hey, by the way, I just remembered I need to buy new placemats, or whatever it might be. Or what were those wooden goggles or wooden glass that you were talking about?
Mayor, can I ask for...
Hold on just a sec. Let's go, Councilmember Durham, and then
Can I
Steve.
just ask for a clarification before you move on to the next point?
Yes.
So you're saying to strike any conversation or any reference to up to 40 people, but you're asking for a log of their events for up to 40 people?
No. I'm saying that we shouldn't be concerned about where are the 40 people parking.
Correct.
Or limiting the number of people that come into a business, but just to get a sense of how many employees, because as you correctly stated, in my opinion, we're not worried about the guest parking that's only there for an hour or two. We're worried about employees that might be there for an entire day. And I don't know how long, and I'm not sure you know how long yet, your winery partners may be there on a given day. So they may take up parking from 11 to 6.
Very good. So with that being said, even if we don't put up 2 more signs, there's nothing to stop those additional employees from parking in this property.
Correct. What I'm saying is the log allows us to identify if a problem has been created or not.
Correct.
Not to restrict.
And I just wanted to clarify that we ultimately, the employees, we would like them to park on the lot and not in the neighborhoods. Those additional employees, correct?
And we're dedicating 2.
Mm-hmm. And if there are extras, they would be parking in that lot.
Correct.
Okay, good,
typical-
good, perfect.
2 things, and I'll follow first. I was going to suggest the term marketing events be inserted for the log that the Vice Mayor was referring to and that the Mayor referred to, because that's what we generally see as, that's an internal to the operation, no different than, when somebody has a book signing or a game week, we'll just use it as if that's something that makes sense for the council. And the second component is just to answer the way the employee parking management plan, we identify the designated space, and then we require them to go first into the on-site parking, and then we identify an overflow zone as the last alternative.
But if the overflow zone is full, then they're allowed to park elsewhere.
Correct.
Right. So, I mean, Vice Mayor,
Assuming
I don't know
it's a
if you,
public park.
yeah, I don't know if you agree with Steve on the marketing piece.
I think that's fine. I had written in my notes programmed events, but marketing's fine. I just would like to get some sense of the magnitude and timing of those events.
Can I make a comment on the 2-ounce pour?
Hold on just a sec. I just want to make sure that Nathan is okay with the way that 9, 10, 11, 12 are now listed. I think we've gotten around to, we can kind of leave it the way you've got it.
Pretty much just say any reference to special event becomes major special event.
Yeah, okay, all right. And now 2 ounce pours, Councilmember Mueller?
That was one of the things on my early list, but then I went back and looked at the municipal code, and the municipal code calls out, if we're calling this a wine tasting room, then according to our municipal code, they are limited to a 2 ounce pour. And that's because, and that all happened because we changed all the names for a wine bar or a wine tasting room because the ABC a few years ago allowed not only a 2 ounce pour, but also wine by the glass. And we ran around and got everyone to sign off on no wine by the glass. The only difference is Masonry, which has a type 42 license in addition to their type 2. So am I correct in saying that that's already covered in our municipal code just by the term of them being called approval for a wine tasting room? 2 ounce pours only, so we don't have to call it back out.
Is it included just for emphasis, but it's
For instance,
redundant?
the K-Laz one, if the condition is in there, is for an intentional redundancy to really enforce, so you know this is what it is. And that can be a council decision. If it's already set in the code, they're held by it. If it's in the resolution, they're held by it. I think either way is fine.
Okay. So, Councilmember Dornbecker, you had something else to add?
I'm sorry, I just have one more clarification, and it's based on what you were saying, Allison. Sometimes for the marketing events, you may want to have a bite of food of some sort. And in this, under number 7, it says no food shall be served on site during regular operations. But we're including marketing events for, just in the, so I don't know how we want to resolve that.
Actually, Councilmember Dornbecker, that would not be the case for those unless they'd have to apply for the major special event to serve food. So
Right, so food would be prohibited based on what we're talking about now, the way it's presented,
Right.
yes.
So,
Yeah, except for the 5 major events. So we can't do it anymore because we're up here doing the hearing closed thing, so.
so that just can't be addressed.
As it's presented right now, there would not be food permitted that would not, only the daily operations is allowed. Special events would include potentially food. That's the way it's written. If you want to change that condition, you can propose to change that condition. If
Well,
there's,
somewhere else I saw something about something created somewhere else and brought in. Was that for the special events only?
number 8, right underneath the one you listed on 7,
Off-site?
consumption for special events.
I see.
Now, if through the conversation, we've identified special events to purely mean the 5 out of normal business hour events, if the council wants to say for specific open house or marketing events, limited food pairings would be permissible upon approval from the staff or something to that effect.
That's what I think we should do, because there may be that time when it comes up, for example, in the holiday pop-up or something like that.
So Gary or Sandra or Nathan, how do you feel about that as a condition? Is it
I don't know that-
unenforceable? Is it enforceable?
From what I heard today, I don't know that they're interested in wine and food pairings for these marketing events. They're going to be selling a $25 ticket and they'll pour wine. They may want to serve some level of food, and is that what's up
That's
for
the
discussion?
question. But I also see the fact that we're talking about what we're saying is a kind of an extension of daily operations. How do you prohibit somebody that, as the scenario I just described, you've got a couple dozen people that are there for the release, and then it's open to the general public as well. All of a sudden, everybody is having a special event. You know what I mean? That if food is allowed in addition to the open
Well, I
house
think we could make it
tasting.
specific to this business. It's the only one asking for these types of marketing events where they might pour complimentary wine and serve food. I think we can be specific that for these it may be okay. And then we have this condition where we'll review it for 6 months, bring the item back to you to see if this is really working, whether it needs to be modified, and we'll have our logs, our employees, and we'll understand better how they
Well, we
work.
could also do it the other way. We could say, as is written, there's no food allowed for those open house tastings if in 6 months the applicant says, we've
Right.
now defined our formatting and we really miss the fact that we can't do any food, they can come for a modification of their permit.
Yes.
So it's kind of either direction. It
Yeah,
sounds
Mike,
like there's a little bit of uncertainty about what the format's even going to be. And so, Gary, do you have anything? You're leaning forward.
Yeah, right. So the way I'm reading this right now with the amendments that have been proposed, 5 special events are allowed. At those special events, food may be served, and at no other events may food be served. That's how I'm reading
That's where we
this.
are right now, and we're
Okay.
discussing whether that's where we want to stay.
Right, and so I agree that in the future, if it were left this way, the applicant could come in and request an amendment, and you could allow food under more circumstances. You could also add an amendment to that 7 line there at the end to say, except at marketing events. Either one would work.
And my caveat on the marketing events might be that you put a cap on it so that you could say, and perhaps up to 12 marketing events coordinated with the town. Because if that's of interest, I would prefer something a little simpler to try it and say they could do 12 with a food component, and then they would just simply have to notify staff and we'd log it and track it. Because again, this is where we have the conversation often about getting into the weeds, and then we like to dive in. But I think if the interest is trying to permit and allow something, without dictating, that might be the approach to go, or 6, whatever the number that the council might be comfortable with.
Okay, is the council interested in Councilmember Dornbecker's suggestion that we add a component of food, at least in a limited capacity, for the open house
Marketing.
marketing events?
Yes.
My only concern, we don't have marketing any place that word.
Well, we can add it.
Any place
We'd have
in the
to add it.
resolution. So
We'd have to add it
if
into
we
the
define
resolution
what that is.
that-
During
food.
regular marketing operations.
So I think Gary's suggestion, was it, or Steve's, on item 7, in the conditions of approval, no food shall be served on site during regular operations, except during up to 12, what are we going to call this?
Talked about using the word marketing events in 6 for the log, so I would just continue using marketing events, 6, 10, 12, whatever. I
Of
would
no more
actually-
than, of no more than 40 guests? Do you want to say ticketed events? I'm trying to figure out how do we distinguish from the general public being in the space.
I don't know. I think in this case, less may be more.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that the applicant would want to trade the number that they're proposing in their narrative, which was 4 events during 6 months of the year and 6 events per month for the remainder of the year, for 1 a month for the availability of food.
So they're asking
Is
for
that-
10. And I just threw the number out there, but if they're asking for, or 4 a month and then 6 a month, and we're saying those are the events that we want them to have the ability to do some limited off-site
Okay, so
prep food.
Of 12 of the events, they can bring food in, but they're not limited to 12 marketing
Correct.
events.
That's what I would
Got
say,
it,
is
thank
you're
you.
limiting
Sorry.
the number of marketing events with food.
With food.
Okay.
Does that sound like a reasonable compromise, Vice Mayor?
Yes, it does, but while we're on this subject, do we need to address also that they can pour free, the ticket can include wine pouring?
More than 2
Since, yes, for what Councilmember Moeller raised about a wine tasting room in the municipal code. How do we address that?
Right now,
We
the
should
resolution.
add a condition because it's a modification of that rule for marketing events. So if we're deferring to the zoning ordinance and its rules, but then we're allowing this exception, we've got to spell it out.
Okay. Nathan, did you have anything else? Anything else? Okay. So to that point, Gary, do you feel like you have the first piece of editing done, and then now we have another piece of editing to do, potentially with more than 2-ounce pours at certain events?
Yes, I have noted all the amendments that have been proposed and appear to have a consensus.
Can you reread those, please?
Sure. On paragraph 1, subparagraph 4, delete the last sentence that reads art displays though not prohibited. On paragraph 1, subparagraph 6, change from 6 months to 12 months, and at the end of that first sentence add at the space each day a marketing event occurs to limit the log requirement to marketing events. Paragraph 7, to the end of that sentence, add except at up to 12 marketing events annually. And throughout, change the term special event to read major special event.
Oh, that's good.
So the Vice Mayor may have a question.
Sorry, thank you, Gary. We want a log, I was talking about a log of all of the employees plus the marketing events.
Yes.
Not just employees on the day the marketing event occurs.
Says already, number of employees and winery partners staffing the space each day, and then I would say comma, and log of marketing events.
Or a separate condition that says a log
Right.
for the first 12 months of all of the marketing events.
And then I don't think, Gary, that you talked about the possibility of wine by the glass during the marketing events, or a larger than a 2-ounce pour.
Yeah, we hadn't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's, now to Nathan's suggestion, would it be better to call out the marketing events separately, reference them as logging employees for marketing events, and also referencing how much wine can be served? And that the fact that there can be a food component that must be, complementary to the wine experience, so it's not, doesn't turn into a restaurant.
Yeah. So just as condition 9 right now kind of has a definition of major special event within it, what this new condition about that a marketing event, they need to provide a log of all marketing events, we can say meaning an event that has all those things we talked about. They're allowed more in excess of a 2-ounce pour. They're allowed food for at least 12 of these a year. We can go into that sense. And that's how you can have the definition of marketing event within the resolution.
I think that goes to Councilmember
Yeah,
Muller's
exactly.
request to have a definition.
Yeah.
So, say that again.
There
Try-
will be a
try
new
it.
there will be a new condition that says for the first 12 months of operation, a total of, or the applicant shall provide a log of marketing events, comma, meaning events where greater than a 2-ounce pour is permitted, and where 12 of these marketing events are permitted to serve food can occur, or thereabouts the language. It can be cleaned up when we write it.
I do think that we need to call out in that additional condition that it be a secondary or complementary food component to the wine.
Okay.
It doesn't become a sit-down
Where
four-course meal.
Yeah, where food as an accessory or complementary use is offered. Yeah.
Gary, does that seem clear to you?
Yes, I think it does.
Well, that's good.
So I have one last question on that topic. We've talked about the duration, it's 12 months. Are we specifying the number of marketing events?
Just that, as I have it understood, the number of events that can have food as an accessory use is identified, but the number of marketing events isn't addressed as long as they provide a log for it.
It was the 4 and the 6.
Right.
I thought.
Okay, for a month
4
during
and
one
then 6
season,
months.
6 months during the
Those
other
are the
season.
total marketing events. Of those, 12 may include food that's a secondary
We can do that.
Yes.
component to the experience, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, if that's added, I'm fine with that. But it needs to be finite in some, otherwise you get 3 a day.
And Gary, I keep going back to you. That all makes sense legally?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm not even going to look at Allison right now because hopefully she agrees. All right, she's like feeling good about it. Good. All right. Any further comment from the council, or is there a motion on the amended resolution? Anyone? Anyone?
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 19-3535, approving a use permit for Heron House to provide wine tasting room and retail space located at 6484 Washington Street, Suite G, assessor parcel number 036-361-001, with all the amendments approved by the council and worded by Gary.
And
How's that?
Nathan, by staff.
I'll second.
Okay.
And Nathan, you're comfortable, Gary, you're comfortable with all those?
I'm glad this is filmed.
Okay, good. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. And almost got you here till 10 o'clock. Only 9:30. But guess what? We have a lot more to do. So thank you, everyone, for the dialogue. And we do have a few more items before us. But thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. We're excited.
Good. You're always welcome to stay. And given the hour, we're going to try to push through the rest of the agenda here. So next up, we're trying to keep our meeting going here. Sorry, it is 9:30 after all. We're going to move on to our first item in 10A, Yountville Community Pool.
Good evening. So I'm here tonight to give you an overview of the status of the Yountville Community Pool. Just as a preface, we regularly assess what we do, and we come to you every year with our annual report. We used to come with the summer report sharing statistics on users and revenue and expenses. And so I feel like we've been pretty transparent leading up to this point on what the status of the pool has been. And we regularly assess what we do in Parks and Recreation as a whole. So some of the things that guide us are questions like, do residents want or need it? So is there public interest? Is there a broad potential audience, or is it specialized? Is someone else doing it or offering it or serving that same need? And does it maximize that cost versus cost benefit and or recover cost? So I'm going to, I know it's late and you've really been pressed tonight, but I'm going to walk through quickly a few slides about history, sharing some of the data that you received in your report as an overview, and then hopefully engage in a conversation on how we see moving forward. So the history, just to recap, of the Yountville Community Pool was operated by town staff since the 1980s. So that operation was around programming, so providing lifeguards and swim lessons and such. All of the maintenance up until 2005 was conducted by the Veterans Home. In 2005, the town entered into a 20-year agreement that we agreed to conduct significant improvements to the facility and then take over maintenance as well as operations. So that $1.38 million renovation project was completed in 2006-2007 fiscal year. So just to share a couple slides focusing on user data, just to point out this table, there was a typo in the table in your report that showed resident utilization very high in 2017 or 16. So this has been corrected and you have that on your dais. So kind of looking at who is using this service. So over this chart right here just shows 4-year comparison, but in the full report you see all the way back to 2010. Between 2010 and 2017, we operated for 50 to 51 hours a week. In 2018, as you recall, we dropped that down to 29 hours a week because of staffing difficulties. Our largest decline over the last 5 years or 4 years has been in non-resident use, which made up a large portion of our visitors to the pool. Resident use has fluctuated, but not by very much. It's remained fairly consistent. Since our highest year, which was in 2015, we have seen a decline of over almost 4,000 users in comparison to last summer. It's important for me to point out in 2015, which was our highest year, that the Napa Valley Unified School District extended the summer by a week, which added to that. And then in 2017, where we see a steep decline, is when the city of Napa reopened their public pools during the summer for more regular use, which I attribute to pulling more of our users away to another facility. So looking at weighing that benefit of use and how we're best utilizing our resources to serve our residents first, but then also inviting non-residents to participate to sustain it. I think this graphic shows a pretty powerful picture that over the last 9-year span, 80% of the users of the community pool were non-residents and 20% were residents. And so the resident number here, because I know there was a question, is made up of residents who come for community swim visits, veteran community swim visits, resident family swim time, and resident pass visits. And then our non-resident number is made up of community swim for non-residents, passes, and also summer camp visits. So that this is a 9-year average, but basically the span has been between 18 and 34% over those 9 years. So we've never achieved more than a 34% use of of residents. So this is just a snapshot, and then of course is included in your packet when we look at that cost versus benefit. So looking at where the revenue is coming in, obviously our entrance fees are a large part of that, which have dropped off significantly with attendance. And then in 2018, we offered just a limited amount of swimming lessons due to staffing, which contributed to a steep decline in revenue as well. We pretty much, if you want to do a good comparison, that 2016 is probably what we would see as capacity. So that is really what we would expect the pool to be able to bring in revenue-wise in a solid season. So this is a snapshot just of general fund expenses. Again, this is on page 6 of the full report. And this does not include capital project expenses. So these are the regular maintenance and oversight costs of the pool. And so that has gone up, pretty regularly over the last 9 years based on staffing costs. So as minimum wage has increased, so have our costs. You see that steep drop off in yellow for 18-19, and those are estimates because obviously that season will continue through June if we continue operating the pool. But the steep drop off based on our limited hours that we implemented last summer equated to a cost savings, but also a revenue decline. And so that bottom line is kind of where the interest lies, so the subsidy. So what is it that the general fund is subsidizing every year for the operation of our seasonal pool? And so that has varied, the low at just under 67,000 to a high of 106,000. And some of that it fluctuates that greatly based on any projects that we may need to do or large things that aren't considered a capital project but are needed to improve the facility and keep it running and safe for the patrons. So the other question I mentioned earlier was who else is offering these services? So we definitely look at that when considering things. So there are 5 seasonal community pools in Napa County. So American Canyon, there are 2 in the city of Napa, St. Helena, and Calistoga, all run either year-round or seasonal community pools. We inventoried also how our residents are served by potentially other pool facilities. So although these are not open to the general public, they are open to some of our community residents. So 6 private association pools. There are 41, so those association pools would be the housing communities where they have an HOA or the mobile home communities. There are 41 Yountville private residential pools that we know about, and there are also the 6 hotel pools that obviously serve our guests. So looking forward, we have a couple areas of main concern to bring this forward to you for guidance and discussion. So we've had this issue for the last few years of a sustainable staffing model. We continue to have difficulty in that. The infrastructure needs of the facility are gaining on us, that we have some significant projects that we have really postponed as far as we can, that the facility is going to need to continue to operate in a safe manner. And there's some very firm and complicated requirements for operating a pool. And so these projects are things that we can't necessarily continue to overlook if we're going to continue to have a pool that's open and pass health inspection. Balancing services. So we talked about that earlier. How do we utilize the general fund money as best that we can to serve our residents? So that's obviously something we're always analyzing, concerned about. Concerned about the amount of subsidy the general fund provides. And then as of recent, the lease agreement with the Veterans Home. So we'll get into that in just a minute. So we looked at if we were to continue operating the pool. I worked with the Public Works staff, Joe and Larry, and tried to estimate what we anticipate those big projects that are coming forward. So really the core of that money is in the next fiscal year. We have several projects that have to be looked at and most likely completed, which would be the full resurfacing of the large pool. We also have the Virginia Green Baker Act, where you have to replace all your pool drains, and that's every 5 years, and so that has to be done in the next fiscal year. We also have deferred maintenance for painting of the building, and we have heaters for both pools that we have pretty much, duct taped to continue. That's not going to be able to suffice in the future. And then there are other projects that are outlined, obviously lesser costs, but to a total of just under $350,000, and that would be seeing us through the lease that's currently in place. And the very detailed of that report is also in the full report. So when we look at future subsidy, how we can look at what the future is going to hold. So I took these estimates considering flat revenues, slightly increased operating expenses if we were to continue hopefully staffing it the way we can, and increases in salary and benefits every year with minimum wage, and looking at just flat attendance numbers. So next year, obviously, with the substantial investment that will need to be made in those capital projects, we're looking at almost a $300,000 or $375,000 subsidy from the general fund to continue operations. So if you look at that as how much does it cost per visit based on last year's numbers, we would be subsidizing almost $75 per visit if you look at it that way. In the future years, obviously, that decreases as we don't have those significant capital projects that need to happen, but you're still looking at a low of $23.15 per visit to continue operating the pool. So Steve's going to talk a little about the outcome, or not the outcome, but the state lease audit report that we received last week.
Thank you, Sam. As you all know, the California State Auditor has issued a report that expresses some significant concerns about the lease between the town and the Veterans Home. In fact, the report indicates that in its determination, the lease is voidable and should be void because it was not executed appropriately by state officials. They question benefit to veteran residents. They indicate that it should only be a 5-year term. They raise unspecified liability concerns regarding the language and question the rent. As the council knows, I sent a very detailed letter to the state auditor because they did fail to include a lot of the other historical terms that Sam has addressed already in terms of how we got there in the investment. I'm also going to add a question that the state auditor is questioning liability. I have to expose you to another concern that I have, which is we now have a document that indicates we have a lease that should be voided. So from a fiduciary standpoint, I have two major concerns. One, do I want to continue to put a major investment of town funding into something that right now is very suspect as to whether it's going to be ongoing? Secondly, we have a potential question about if it's a contract that's not enforceable, then I don't have liability. The town, I should say. The town does not have liability coverage because I don't have an agreement. Through PARSAC, in order for us to have insurance coverage for both the liability and the workers' comp, I have to have a valid lease agreement. So all of this is causing a major hiccup to what was already a challenging situation, because I'll be perfectly honest, Samantha and I were sitting here when we were preparing this. We indicated that, we were figuring, all right, it's going to be a challenging year. Here's the level of subsidy. We want you to be aware of it. We know you prefer, we're going to have a real challenge with staffing. We felt that was going to be our real problem, was would we be able to find the right staffing component? We still have that concern, but we may not have to have that concern, because I have a real challenge as to whether I can go forward. So one of the things we're going to recommend to you is that you provide direction to staff that we need to find out, and as you know, I have been in communication with the secretary. We need to find out what the status of this is pronto in order to know what direction to go forward. So it kind of puts us, it kind of jumpstarts the conversation in a different way. We also know, and I'm looking here, is we still have the real challenge of staffing. No, you were right on that. We also know that, one of the thoughts that we had was, well, what if we subcontract or work with a third party? Well, we kind of know from the results of the audit that that's not something the state's going to look at favorably, and we don't have the time probably to navigate through their unyet specified process. So one of the things we may simply look at, and it may be that the state's canceling the lease, but we really need to look at what the lease status is and whether we're going to be able to even have the ability to operate the pool. So I really want to express my appreciation to Sam for putting together the analysis. I know it's a challenging community conversation, because for both Samantha and I, we've grown up wanting to really provide services. And we really have a challenge here when you look at the utilization rates, the numbers, and then now the potential legal exposure and cost. I do think it requires us to take a significant reevaluation of continued operation. So with that, we're looking for your feedback and direction and thoughts.
Okay. And it's unfortunate, it's the time of night, and with a nearly empty room, we're having this conversation, but it needs to be had because it is timely, especially as it relates to the Calvet lease, albeit a incomplete analysis by the auditor, as you acknowledge. So comments, Councilmember Mueller?
It's a question for Gary. So I'm sure you've looked at our lease recently since this all kind of came up. So where are we exactly? And the reason I'm kind of asking is if we really have a lease and we decide to no longer run the pool, do we have any issues there? And if we decide the opposite, that we do have a lease and we're going to keep going. Steve did point out the liability. So can you give us weigh in on, I know it's a very gray area and very murky waters here, but what's your legal opinion about pulling out versus staying in, pros and cons?
So I'd start by saying the state auditor can't unilaterally declare the lease void. The concern that the state auditors raised based on my review of the report and also the provisions of the lease that the auditor cited is state agencies are delegated authority to contract in the same way that the council delegates authority to department heads and the town manager. The authority for those state agencies to contract, just like department heads, is limited by the scope of that delegation. And so if a state agency or a department head were to contract outside the scope of that authority, generally the remedy is to void that lease that's been entered into because there was no authority to enter into it in the first place. The concern the auditors raised is You can only enter into these leases for 5 years, as I understand it. There apparently is a state law provision that restricts that. In this case, the lease has been entered into for more than 5 years, so it would appear on that face that it's voidable, at least in some kind of court action that would declare it as such. Currently, there is a lease that is not adjudicated as void at this point, but that seems to be the concern the auditor is raising. I think there are legitimate concerns on liability. Some might be better discussed in a memo to the council, if that's something that the council is interested in hearing about. Certainly, there is a current lease for real property with the state. The price and terms of those payments is also something that can be discussed in closed session, and I don't mean to dance around the issue. I'm happy to go into further detail if the council would like me to.
Can I just follow up?
Go ahead.
Just because of the late hour. Well, considering all that, I am certainly inclined to execute as soft of a landing for moving away from us running this pool as we can.
So before we get into those kind of comments, we're really asking for clarification of the report. I want to invite the public to comment, and then we can have
Okay.
that kind of
I'll
a detailed
hold that.
response. Are there other questions of Gary or Samantha or Steve about the status of the lease or the conditions of the pool? Yes, Councilmember Dornbeck.
Well, I have, one of my questions is, if indeed the lease is null and void, and, you know, what is our exposure? I mean, are we liable for something because the state didn't execute the lease correctly, or?
Likely not. What's
Okay.
already occurred, unless some claim were to arise that the town is not currently aware of, the short answer is no. There's certainly some equitable remedies, and again, that's a discussion that we can have at some other time about money that's been paid already and how parties to void contracts can be made whole if that's something that the
I
council
see.
is interested in learning about.
Thank you.
And I would
gonna
just
add to that.
clarify, Councilmember Dornbecker, we're the party that would need to be made whole in this case because we've advanced over $2.5 million with regards to the capital investment, ongoing maintenance for an asset that we no longer get to use with the understanding that we were going to get to use.
Correct.
I understand.
Also, it's we are not the only leaser of property on the campus that is in this very similar situation. We happen to be the only municipality, but they're reviewing, I think, dozens of leases and are coming to the same conclusion. So there is a very general tone from not only the auditor but Sacramento legislators about the lopsidedness of many leases. And again, it's not just on the Elmville campus. That's obviously our greatest concern. But there is motivation coming from Sacramento to be reevaluating leases at all the campuses in the Veterans Home Network. So, Councilmember Durham.
So for either of you then, I mean, they obviously, see, and how do we even frame this? I have no idea what the intention is of the VA, of the state VA, of the auditor. And it's impossible, we can dance around this, which we will till probably 11:15. But it's impossible to know their motivations, what's happening without us involved. And so, I mean, I can ask questions all day long, but at the end of the day, we don't know whether they want to void it, whether they want a new one, whether they want to close the campus, whether they want us to operate it, whether they'll fill it in. We have no idea. So, I mean, I don't even know the questions to ask.
So I'll offer some of what I've heard just because I've had additional conversations with the secretary and have a little bit of background on the lease itself and the audit report. The auditor is evaluating the failure by the Department of General Services and Calvet to generate market rate revenue from their leases. That's one point. So you could draw the conclusion is any leases that they have with third parties on the property need to be at least more in line with market value than they are currently. Another issue that was raised was a lack of, I'll say, an appropriate level of benefit to the residents of the home, specifically. Now, unfortunately, they called out incorrectly that the residents didn't have specific time availability in the pool, for example. Well, that isn't accurate, and they made some other inaccurate statements in some of the other lease conditions, but that pertains to us. So it's a matter of serving the mission of providing benefit and services to veterans, more market rate revenue would be a couple. There was the issue of through what process were these leases executed, under whose authority, and those were different depending on which lease and depending on what time of the year and which year. And so the auditor called out General Services failed to have financial oversight, and Calvet failed to work through proper channels, which included whether something could be over 5 years or not. So 5 years is the state standard. You can make exceptions under some narrow conditions, and there are examples of that, but they were calling out virtually every, what they would consider a violation of their normal procedures and the mission. So I don't know if there's more that you want to add to that.
Nope.
Does that help answer some of the questions you couldn't answer?
What I would say for the council is I've had communications with the Secretary's office. They understand the urgency of sitting down and meeting with us to figure this out. So that's my recommendation to you, is I really need to get clarity and direction from what they're pursuing, but I am going to let them know that we're putting everything on hold until we get that, because I don't want to proceed with a course of action and an obligation if we don't know we're going to have that. So I'm really trying to get that resolved fairly quickly.
Right. And we all acknowledge that we have agreed to subsidize the pool operations for 4 decades,
Yeah, well,
basically, 3 decades at least.
yeah.
Or, okay, just 20 years maybe.
Since we, renovated it.
So that's one question, is especially with the spike in capital and not technically non-capital improvements and upgrades, et cetera. I mean, it's substantial this next fiscal year. So do we, regardless of the status with Calvet, do we feel like it's appropriate to invest several $100,000 in the next 12 months with the risk that there's no return on that investment? Councilor Dornbecker?
And then to have to subsidize each visit to the pool by $75.
That would be, the equation.
Yeah, so Gary?
Yeah, I would just add, it would be wise for future subsidies to be in a clearly enforceable agreement that divides up liability in a way that satisfies the town's insurer.
So a question that I would have is, if the state says, no, we're not going to void this, do we want to take that step ourselves? Is there a suspension of operation while the lease is still active? Is that an option? Does that expose us to certain things?
I might recommend following up in a memo to all of you separately.
Okay. So
I will do that.
The guidance you need tonight, Steve, specifically is, should we take action to potentially suspend operations for this next year? If, yes or no. Should we pursue termination of the lease, yes or no? Is there something else specifically you need from us at this point?
I'd actually probably say that the action we really need tonight is not for you to make a final decision. I think you've given us some feedback that shows you're concerned about the level of subsidy, but really the first thing we need to find out is, where does the state stand on this? And then I think I can come back, brief you. I also agree with Gary. We may need to have a closed session, because there may be a process for us to, move out of the lease. If we're the moving party, then we probably don't have a recovery for our investment. But those are things that Gary and I can better
I
review.
just want to throw a wrench in there that because of the way recruitment goes and our onboarding for summer staff, that really starts the first part of March. And so the discussion on suspending operations for a year or not, I think is relevant because of the timing. As Steve mentioned, although he prepared a response and reached out, we really haven't been invited to sit down and engage on how that's going to look in the future. So there is, that time is of the essence concern that we won't be able to divert our current staff for other employment or onboard them timely. So
I need to ask for a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
So moved.
There's all in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, we approve. Can I suggest that we leave open the possibility of a special meeting between now and our regular meeting of March 5th, where we can address this after we get more information from our town attorney? There may be a closed session and an open session part of that, or it might just be a closed session. And so we can get a course of action and understand better the intentions of the state. Is that a reasonable?
The one thing I'd just like to kind of have us think about too, maybe during that time, would it be very difficult, Sam, to kind of look into if our residents wanted to go to Napa, if our residents wanted to maybe go to St. Helena, do we have that option and just kind of throw that into the whole mix, or do you want to wait on that till
well,
we make
they obviously on their own would have the ability to go there if we wanted to somehow.
they are public pools.
They are public pools, so you can go, and I've gone to all of them, with Luke.
So St. Helena, anybody can go to St. Helena whenever
Yeah,
they
they
want.
all have recreation swim times, all of those community pools that I listed.
Okay.
So,
Just like all the non-residents, non-Yountville residents that have been coming and using our pool.
yeah, we can go to any of them.
So I don't know if we want to do a date certain yet, but we did already approve canceling our February 19 council meeting, but maybe we look at that day if that's enough time to find out what's
Let
going
me
on.
find out, because I think so much of this is dependent on the state getting back to us, so we need that information.
All right, so I did want to hear from our public if you had anything to say about this, please.
I have Carly Rife, right?
Is that a question or a statement?
Well,
It
I'm
is
not sure.
10:03, I
We're all
get it.
tired.
I have very little to say, and you will be very surprised to know that I agree with what you're saying. I want to say that I'm sorry about the pool would close. I'm particularly sorry for the kids and the summer programs, et cetera. However, I don't know what's going on, but it sounds to me like they owe us money. I mean, you've obviously, I've heard you every year put money into this thing and trying to support it, and I was there when you cleaned it up and closed for a year, and you did it all. And now, who's holding the bag? So I think it's good that you're going to do that. And also look at the bigger picture about what is really going on with the Veterans Home. I think they're winding up to close that place. Somehow, it's too valuable. And this is another thing. This would just be another thing. They'd have this white elephant pool on their hands. And so that's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Anyone? Billy? No? Okay. So do you need any more direction than you've received from us?
Nope.
Okay. And Samantha, I know that timing is tricky, but if we can try to find out in the next couple weeks or so.
As long as we can,
Right.
optimally, But this is, we had a presentation for you, and then on Thursday, I think we got that report, and
Right.
so it's kind of, we haven't had a whole lot of time to
I think
react,
you're
so.
hearing from all of us, if I may be so bold to do that, is that we are very concerned about going forward. I don't know that the first option to consider is kind of like status quo. I see that we're not looking at status quo moving forward.
Okay.
So some other solution needs to be found.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, capital improvement program. You know it's 5 after 10, right, Joe?
Page one of 48.
And we've got Maria back there still hanging in. We just may have affected your capital improvement budget. It'll be recorded, Billy. Don't worry about it.
on the TV.
There you go. There's her parting shot.
Knowing everything.
Just whisper it as you
walk down. Mayor Dunbar, members of the council, it's my pleasure this evening to bring you the proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. This also includes the new additions to the 5-year program. So just to clarify, it's for the upcoming year, the projects and programs that are planned for the upcoming year, and anything that's new to the 5-year program. So this year, the budget is up a bit at $2.8 million. Just to put in some context, it's about $2.3 million in the current fiscal year. It's $1.3 million out of Fund 50. That's a general fund program. $670,000 is actually going to be in the annual paving program. That's a mixture of Measure T, SB1, and HUDA funds, so non-general fund money. There's around $800,000 in the enterprise fund, and there's about $280,000 going in the reserve funds, also out of the general fund. So first up, we have the community center and community hall parking lot resurface. So this is a project that we try to do every 5 to 7 years, depending on the condition of the parking lot, and it is coming due so that we can maintain a good sound parking lot. It helps preserve the surface and gives it the lifespan of the 25 and 30 years that we talk about consistently with paving. Estimated to be $15,000. The work's going to include a crack seal and repair of the areas that need to be repaired. Then they're going to do the parking lot seal, and they'll restripe and remark the parking lot. Next up, GIS mapping improvements. So this is an annual program. You're all very familiar with it. Rancho Cucamonga has helped us tremendously in the past. We have actually not been using them as much. Their business model has changed a little bit. They have helped us stand up our program to the point where we don't need nearly as much help as we once did. We do rely on them to help us keep Myville operating. Since they designed that program, we rely on them to help us do the upgrades on that and maintain the program. It's not very costly, but it is an important part of our GIS platform. For this year, we'll be working to improve and continue to refine some of the data that's included in the maps, continue to upgrade the maps, create new maps, and use this for our Acela work order program. It's really becoming a valuable piece of a valuable tool for us and a way to help get information out in a way that sometimes words can't. Fennell Path maintenance and repair. So earlier this year, we did the portion that you see on your right, on the right-hand bottom screen, concrete colored in that buff color that is a town standard. The reason we prefer concrete is because it's a much more durable surface. The asphalt surface is somewhere in between the 5 and 7 years, needing some form or function of work, paths with trees and roots, and water problems need work on a more regular basis. This concrete will last in excess of 50 years. So we will replace the 700 or 800 feet that is left to be done. We'll widen it to 8 feet where that's possible, and where it's not, we will get it to the maximum width that's allowable given the space constraints that we have around that section of Hopper Creek, and end it there on Yount Street, so that path will be complete from Yount Street down to Fennell. Next up is the emergency warning system. So this system kind of had its genesis from some of the fires and other emergencies that we've gone through. We're working with county OES. They are doing a bit of analysis and research trying to find out what's out there that can work in communities throughout the valley, not just here or other places in the county. The timing is yet to be determined, and we think that there's going to be some kind of a Homeland Security grant or something that's going to help purchase and install that system, although we're not really at this point even sure what that's going to look like. This horn is just kind of a facsimile, and it could look like this, or it could look like something that none of us have ever or much that are very familiar with. There's a lot of options out there. The path, pedestrian path from Oak Circle to Mission. So this the current year is we're in design and permitting. This will take off from the Oak Circle Park that we built 2 years ago. An 80-foot pedestrian bridge will land in the ad hoc property. Part of the conditions of approval for that property were participating in the path, number one, giving us the easement for the path, but more importantly, also providing some funding to do the piece of path that transitions across their property. Then it transitions onto the West America property, where we're currently working to try to obtain an easement from them, and it will terminate at the Mission driveway, and that will create the last segment that we need to have a complete pedestrian path system from the north to the south end of town. I would also like to say that this is a majority grant funding, so again, no general fund money other than what we've spent to this point will be needed to complete the path, so it's a nice project. Next up is the bike path resurface. This is similar to the parking lot surface. This will be the Yountville Mile, and then the new section that transitions along Solano. $35,000 for slurry seal. It includes crack seal and repair. One of the repairs that we're going to attempt to perform is to put concrete on that section that's along the Villaggio Channel where the willows are. The roots along that section tend to make that asphalt very problematic to maintain and keep safe and bump free. So concrete's going to work well there. This price does include that concrete. Again, it's important to note that the Vine Trail contributes 50% to our capital projects, in addition to the annual stipend they give us for the maintenance we perform on the path. This will also be Measure T equivalent fund eligible, so we will use our part of the 6.67 requirement to meet that requirement with this piece of the maintenance of the bike path. Next up is the Vineyard Park Path. So this is a new project. As we were building the sports court and remodeling some of that area in Vineyard Park, we looked at the pine trees and the grove of other trees, mostly pine trees that are down there at the south end of the park. We had an arborist look at them. The arborist recommended that we remove the trees, but we wanted to have more of a plan so that we could replant those trees with something that would contribute to the aesthetic value of the park, and at the same time we thought maybe a path and some kind of a little picnic area there at the south end out near Beard Ditch would be a great place to kind of enjoy the view while staying away from the mobile home park residents and the residents on Vineyard Park's west side who are used to a more quiet area. So we will bring this a more formal version and presentation for this park on the March 5th council meeting.
Joe, that area floods pretty regularly, doesn't it?
It does flood. It does flood pretty regularly. So we would try to do the same types of treatments that we have found to be effective in the newer part that the clingstone that we put in around the park exercise equipment and the heavier rock instead of bark. So those kinds of treatments don't get washed away in the flood area. We're staying away from bark and that kind of thing. So this would be a 3 to 5 year timeline pending council approval, and it would include the tree removal and the replanting of the trees. So we'll bring that forward on March 5th and give you a chance to really look at what we think is a great idea. We'll have two versions for you to choose from. We're continuing to replace the fleet. We try to get 7 to 10 years out of our fleet. We're on the closer to the 10-year side on most of our trucks. As we mentioned in the past presentations, we use a JPA, a joint purchasing group, to purchase our trucks. It's a national purchasing agreement. It makes it much simpler for us to go out and find a truck, not have to negotiate the price. We've purchased, I think this will be our third one now. That $50,000 price includes all the outfitting, the tax, the safety lights, everything we need for the truck. So we're very happy with the product that comes out of there. They make it easy, and we get a great vehicle that'll last another 7 to 10 years. This is the other big project that we're doing this year, is the annual street maintenance and paving program. So if you look at the list of funds here, Measure T is the primary funding mechanism for this list of projects. $550,000 is a very conservative estimate. We are going to come back later in the year when we get to our next budget session with a much more concrete number. The gas tax number and SB 1 are also a little bit in flux. Those are much more stable, but we think we're going to have around $670,000 plus or minus of non-general fund revenue to do the paving. So the plan would be to reconstruct Oak Circle. It's falling apart mostly from the floods that have gone through there, and then traffic drives on it and kind of accelerates the deterioration of that pavement. But we'd also like to be able to do a micro-servicing project in the fall. So we do this paving project in the spring, similar to what we're doing out front right now. So we'd have a big paving project in the spring, and then a micro-surface project, much smaller scale, in the fall if Measure T funds permit. So we're looking forward to trying to execute both those and hope that the Measure T funds keep beating the estimate. So very satisfied with this program so far. And if you notice the equipment that's parked out front, that is the water line job that is in advance of the street project that we'll bring back to you on March 5th for consideration of award. So we're moving right along with that project. It's going very well despite the weather. And then finally, we have a list of our general fund programs. So the first two, Fund 81 and 82, are our reserve program that we set up a couple of years ago. We're actually going to start funding projects out of this fund this year. So the facilities annual allocation, the parking lot is going to come out of this fund, and we have a small amount set aside for the pool, and that will be, we can either take that money out or completely fund the pool, depending on the decision you all make in the upcoming next few weeks. The Fleet Tools and Equipment Annual Allocation Program, $81,000 going into that reserve fund. So parks equipment will be funding. So any parks equipment that we need to repair or replace will be funded out of that this year, and then the pickup truck will come out of that fund as well. The ADA Accessibility Program, this is year 4 of a 12-year program. So this year, one of the major projects we did was the replacement of the tactile domes in front of the post office. It had been basically a maintenance nightmare to try to keep that concrete surface in a good enough condition to drive on and not worry about someone twisting an ankle or getting hurt. So we thought that was a good use of the funds, and then we're doing the little things along with that, the self-evaluation and transition program that are required as a part of our removing the barriers for the ADA accessibility. Townwide drainage and erosion improvements. So again, that's a fund that we this year used to improve the drainage along Oak Circle. For those of you who are familiar with that area in years past, it was honestly a mess. The flat drains caught the leaves clogged up the drain, and then the street just didn't drain, and it would cause much more nuisance flooding, and it caused a lot more damage and cleanup down at Vineyard Park. This year, even though it did flood, we were cleaned up in the first day. There was a little bit of residual dirt, but not nearly the same kind of damage and nuisance that we had seen in years past. So that's the type of stuff we try to do with the drainage and erosion improvement program. Surveys and monuments, we use that for a variety of of circumstances. Primarily, we're reestablishing monuments as required by law and making sure that when somebody comes in and has questions about a survey, we can give them that survey book, and they can then set up their own survey to either do their own private property or get information on public right-of-way. Traffic calming, this program last year installed the 3 radar feedback signs. We're always looking for ways to try to improve traffic, make it a little bit safer to walk and ride around the neighborhood. And the streetlight replacement program, this should be the last year of the streetlight replacement program for funding requests. This should purchase enough lights to finish out the Heritage neighborhood, which will be the last neighborhood that we have on our list that are town-owned and operated lights. So we will upgrade them with the new LED style lights that you see around town, the town standard, so that it will be the Toyon Terrace neighborhood, the Oak Circle neighborhood, and Heritage neighborhood will all have the same style lights as we see in the rest of town. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? No.
One quick question.
Okay.
Isn't this, I've always wanted to buy those PG&E streetlights that we don't own. They're in bankruptcy. Wouldn't this be a good time to try to buy those?
What I'll say is, let staff take a stab at that there are some, and I don't know if it is or isn't. It actually could be a horrible time if they don't respond.
Okay.
I
But
will
just
say that
think-
the reason most people buy lights, Councilmember Mueller, is because they're not happy with the response time that it takes PG&E to come and repair those lights. If you've noticed the PG&E truck that's parked on Washington routinely, that's the person that actually does repairs in our town. So we don't have the 90-day plus wait that most places do for a request to repair a light.
But it's also the cost. We lease them.
We do lease them.
But there's a cost.
We do lease them, but they maintain them, and we're still going to pay the power. So either way, we would be paying power based on the most current CUPC rate. I just think that, from my own experience, the majority of the reason people buy their streetlights is so they can have better response to get the lights back in operation.
So, any other questions? If not, is there a motion to accept the program as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, and
Joe,
we'll have
thank
an
you.
enterprise update in the next council meeting for the enterprise funds. Thank you very much. Have a
Sounds
nice
like you're really loading up that agenda with yourself.
Yes.
Maria, sorry that we've done this to you, but come on forward. And now we have all kinds of time to talk about our budget parameters.
Okay, all kinds of time. Well, I will use all kinds of time, as long as you'll join me. So I'm going to cover my report. If you've got any questions about the recommended parameters, then or concerns, we can pause to discuss them. If I don't see any sort of discussion, I'll just keep going.
Absolutely. So let me even start it this way. Were there any specific areas of the 11 pages?
The really.
I mean, I was going to ask if
Only
the council had any questions for you before you get into presenting to all of
That's
us.
fine. Mhm.
But if you want to go through them first, go ahead.
No, the only thing that I would tell you is we come to you every year around this time to share with you what we plan to do, and the general themes are very much the same at the beginning of this process for budget, and that is we reference our adopted policies to make sure we meet all of the reserves first. We plan conservatively for revenues and expenditures. We've started the tradition of attempting to graph some information for you for historical purposes. And then we highlight any new undertakings. This year, we actually don't have any major undertakings that we are bringing on, with the exception of one noted item, which is that staff is going to be looking into what the cost might be for expanded code enforcement services. But that's all I have for you at this time. And the only other item I would say is that we know that Measure S was adopted and that we expect those revenues to be funneled into the special fund, which you approved for Fund 71. And we expect that that'll be about $600,000+ next year. And the rest is pretty standard reporting. So if I were to just tell you what is different, I've just done that.
And you gave us a corrected graph
I did.
for, which page was that in?
It was for page 8,
Page
and
8.
it was because the PERS unfunded actuarially accrued costs, so the orange bar was double counted, so it was double represented in the blue bar. And so in your new blank page that you have at the dais, you'll see that the costs look a little bit more normalized. The reason why that graph has orange and blue at the last 3 years is because it wasn't until 2016 that we began to receive a separate bill for the underperforming of the PERS fund. And then they'd bill us at the beginning at a percentage of payroll, and then they'd look back and say, oh, well, last year the fund didn't perform like we thought, and so therefore we're going to tack on this extra amount that you have to pay. So now we have the PERS unfunded actuarially accrued liability and then the PERS normal cost. So I corrected the graph and provided it to you, and then we'll upload it back into the system so that the correct graph is in here.
Am I reading that we get that great news in August?
Yes, and we're always chasing ourselves a little bit. We're always behind. So with PERS, they give us a report in August, but it's dated June 30th of the prior year. So, and then they've told us that they're going to reduce the discount rate, but this report is only based on a discount rate of 7.25%, but we know that it's going to be 7% by the time the year is over. So I report based on what the PERS actuarial reports provide, because that's the official record that we have to estimate, and that's the best we could do, and that's what all government agencies are really doing. So that's the elaborated discussion on
So
PERS.
it's not just the terrible content you receive, it's the timing of the terrible content.
The timing, but that is not unique to we're all dealing with the same thing in local governments. We really are. It's just
There is one other thing I think is worth sharing on page 8, since you brought it up with the chart. If you look at the number of employees in our PERS retire, you'll see the trend line is very positive, and the growth will be in tier 3. And I just draw that to your attention because we're approaching 40-some percent, 45% at the lowest tier, and the cost, as you can see there, is about 7% as opposed to the 14% for the classic. So that's, to me, that's an important footnote when you look at where we're going long term, and that's due to some of the actions that you've taken prior, and as well as the state PEPRA change.
Yeah, questions of the report? Any other thing that you wanted to call out of this? Either something that's a concern. I saw the assessed value valuation number.
That's exciting.
A big number.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something when we think about how this town has grown, the assessed valuation, you're almost at, I want to get the number right, and I'm not at the right page.
974, page 4?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so you're at 974 million. You're almost going to hit $1 billion. That you grew by almost 13%, 110 million over the prior year.
And that does not include RH or
No.
Bellagio.
And the valuation has doubled in the past 10 years. So it's really something to celebrate in terms of what you've allowed to develop in the town, and how properties have appreciated, and the developments that have occurred that have really brought that. So that's a really good thing. Even in the recession, if you look at the chart, it's pretty cool that it held so well.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from council? We've lost our public in the audience, so Steve, did you have anything more to add?
Just one real positive thing. Maria has been doing some really good work on doing some long-range projections, and we anticipate in the near future to be able to bring you some of those 5-year projections. So I just share that because we don't quite have it, but we're working on it. I know it's something that several of you will remember. That's been something that we've been trying to do, and I just want to say I'm really excited by the effort, that we're getting some really good traction and direction, and being able to have a purposeful understanding. And the other thing is that we will be doing a comprehensive overview of the the enterprise funds operations at the March 5th. So we'll be talking about their budget overview as well as some of the historical components, operating structure, and the CIP. And that's a direct reflection of the request that you made at the retreat to better understand enterprise fund operations.
You're starting to make me really worry about our March 5th agenda, Steve.
And I'm going
Just
to
saying.
put Maria's item first so that we won't have
Yeah,
the same situation.
absolutely. Right after public comment, I think, would be appropriate.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you very
Yep,
much.
you're welcome.
And we'll hope that the PERS news gets better over.
And currently, I would just point out, we don't have any land use planning public hearings on, but I'm going to stand, that's the $5 question always.
No,
But right
it
now,
there won't be any. I'll just tell you right now. So we don't have any informational reports beyond what we've already heard. Flood control, there was nothing of importance on the agenda today. NVTA, I think you say you were going to give a report next meeting. We all attended the Napa County League of Governments dinner meeting at the Westin and heard a report on from Calistoga Mayor Canning, but it was not in his role as mayor, on, was it 4G and 5G being available in the future. Moving off that, LAFCO, anything necessary for tonight?
No, it was just one small 4 or 5 acre annexation to Napa Sand.
Okay, thank you. I will not report out on my, maybe I'll just educate you offline. My attendance at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which was one of the best conferences I've attended in many, many years. Also, Councilmember Durham, thank you for attending the New Mayors and Councilmembers Academy. You might have been the most senior council member there. Not brand new, but I think as you were stating, you found some good value out of that.
It was the perfect time to be there with the transition in the state government as well. And probably one of the most valuable sessions was listening to all the advocates, lobbyists, get up and talk about the programs over the next couple of years. Very, very helpful and very educational. Thank you.
Good. And also, I spent the day prior to that meeting with legislators in my role as the second vice president of the League of California Cities that really helped set the stage for what bills are already working their way through the legislature. Housing is, I think, by far the top priority of the governor and the legislature, so there'll be a lot more discussion about that. Vice Mayor, I think you had something to report on, whether it was a meeting or something else.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to give a brief report on the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, which, yes, is still going and blowing, so they say. We have been meeting with staff. One concrete update is that the state has largely taken the regulation of delivery out of local hands, although we have been meeting about making our application fit everything, so we have revised the application. It's now available. We also have been talking about when to revisit some of the issues. We did not leave them unresolved, but we said we wanted to come back to them as a council. And we have been getting some inquiries from businesses. We are in the midst of finalizing our general plan. So we thought this might be a good time to maybe ask if the council would be receptive to agendizing sort of a cannabis update, probably late March, early April, sometime. We don't
look out
want
for March 5th.
Yeah, not March 5th. And sort of because staff's capacity is limited, especially with the general plan, but kind of in connection with that. So we just want to get some feedback on that.
Well, I'm going to ask for one bit of feedback. What do you want? When you say update, what are you looking for? Are you looking for something more specific?
Well, I mean, I'll speak for me, and I think I will speak for Councilmember Durham, but he'll tell me. We had talked particularly about when to look again at dispensaries in particular, is because we did, as I say, we talked about it as a council, we decided against it, but part of why we decided against it was we didn't know what other jurisdictions were going to be doing, and we didn't know what the state was going to be doing, and now we do. So perhaps I will call that out as an item that I would be
Well,
interested
the
in.
reason I'm asking is it's important for us because an update, what does that mean?
Okay.
So with this, I can work with staff, if
Okay.
that's what you're interested.
Councilmember Durham, go ahead.
And just to piggyback on that, we had spoken about speaking about zoning and what that means for the town.
Okay.
So I'd like
Right.
to.
So we can identify if we are going to accept any areas in town as possible, and then we can talk beyond that about public-private property.
The reason I'm asking is to make your time more valuable. What you really want to do is revisit the dispensary. So Sandra and I and Nathan will work along with Gary on a framework discussion.
So I am going to suggest that we have our ad hoc committee meet with you and discuss exactly what was just brought up and if there are any other features that you wanted to have further
But
discussion on.
I see consensus direction, so we'll work with that. I'm also going to sit down with Sandra because if you might note, you've had a lot of assignments that seem to be moving that way, and I need to figure out some timing and where this might be. So this may not, I'm probably going to go out on a limb here and say you probably won't see it in March. You may not see it in April, but it may be coming up in May right after completion of the general plan.
Well, you're hearing that the council wants to revisit it, so we'll figure out a time where that can happen. Maybe it doesn't wait 3 months, but maybe it has to. We'll see. Okay. Any other necessary staff reports? Just very quickly, I wanted to remind folks, Yountville International Short Film Festival happening this week, February 7th through the 10th. Tickets are available online. Yountville Live will be here before we know it, March 14th through the 17th. Those tickets also available online and on our chamber website. You just talked about cannabis. The CASA Compact, which is the housing compact that is being put forward by MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I'm trying to get nailed down a timeline for when the legislature is potentially going to speak on this. And if I hear anything, I'll share it with Steve and the rest of you. It's unclear exactly where that stands right now, and if there are certain approvals, what that truly means to us. There are 10 elements to the compact related to housing, and some of them we may be very supportive of, but some we may not be.
Right, and Mayor, if I may just follow on that, there's also some discussion that it may come in segments and not as one whole package. So that's one of the things we'll have to watch to see whether legislation comes out on one or two of the elements rather than a comprehensive package. And we're anticipating that we're going to see a bevy of legislation, probably not anything that's all comprehensive, buttoned up, but a whole series of different things.
Right. And I'll report out on my conversations with the League of California Cities also at our next meeting. A lot can change between now and March 5th.
30 seconds.
Yes.
When you're done, Mayor.
Yes.
We are finishing up our application process for small projects in Yountville. Closes on February 15th. I'm happy to announce that we have two projects that look like they're moving forward, and both make me smile a lot. So I think it's a great start. So please, if you have an idea, I want to one quick shout out. One idea is completely brand new. A second idea is something that's been toyed around in the past, and finally they have the resources to do it. So don't think any idea is too small or old or anything. We'd love to have it be participating in Yountville if it works out for the whole community.
Great, good point. Any other for the good of the order? Is there a motion to adjourn to our next meeting of March 5th?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.